there I am cramming the thing into this Pringles can, and I'm thinking, oh man, no can-do'sville, baby doll, but just
Perfect timing,
made it
Andrew.
work.
Perfect timing on that one.
Fucking window at?
Oh man,
Right?
Ryan, once again, let me commend you on that intro. It's real fun.
Fantastic work.
Oh, there goes Sid. Oh, here comes back Sid. We're all bouncing around. I'm Hunter now, and Andrew's Game Master.
Oh, sorry.
The controls are in my hand now.
Richard, you got like 5
video.
seconds to be on War before Sid fixes her camera.
Body swap episode.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to
Ryan-
restart Discord, I think.
Okay.
I did not prep to be Anwar. Oh shit.
All right, hold on. Let me get us
No,
to
you're doing good so far. You're already nervous.
do what you got to
Wow.
do, Sid. I have us on a different screen.
Well, I mean,
you mean all of
know,
that was wasted?
it's whatever. It's
Oh,
just
hey,
not
girl.
pulling any of this stuff up.
I mean, listen, if we want to body
Bullshit.
swap, we can body swap.
What the fuck?
Andrew's in
No, my
charge.
perfect
Sid, you're
intro. My
Audra at the moment.
My perfect cold open, just in the toilet.
No, it was still there. It was still entertaining.
It was still there, and we just like this. Oops, and
Basically, yes.
oh
Oh
god.
man, it's live,
is-
folks.
This is my emotional support dog, which means that she is constantly asking for emotional support.
This is my emotional support bourbon, which means I'm constantly taking a sip.
I've
You
got.
gotta read the fine print, Richard.
Yep.
I'm on a emotional support mead. As always,
Ooh.
this is still going through that good stuff.
Hell yeah, dude.
The guy who runs this place is who I room with during my brother's bachelor party, though. Got kind of the inside
That's-
scoop on all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like mead, because it's honey based. Hey, Sid's back. Mead, because it's honey based. It's like more. It's like got a sustainability thing to it, where like it kind of cycles back and like keeps bees, whatever. I don't know. He can explain it better, but yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
It's like a thing.
Yeah. I mean,
All mead is honey based.
Right. Yeah, as opposed to wine being grapes. Well, normally
have
grapes.
you heard about there are vegans who think that you have to murder bees to make honey? Like you throw bees in like a blender or something to make honey, and it's
well,
like
that's how you get. That's for the chunky. If you just want smooth honey.
sure.
Everybody knows
Like,
that.
No. Well, it's because. It's because
Good source of protein.
vegans are. Yeah. It's because vegans are. It's not all right, but for many
Fed a lot of
because
misinformation.
but also because it's an animal byproduct, right? It technically still is that.
Oh, right.
So
but,
if it's
like,
still like
which is-
animal labor in that sense, if that's your reason for being vegan, then I understand why you're also not for honey. Like there is a
Right.
rationale
But that's
behind
not,
it, but
that's not what's coming out of the mouths of these individuals that are in the minority. It's a
Sure.
handful of delusional people that
Right.
for some reason think that bees are mashed up to make honey, which like they need to stop being lied to and preyed upon.
or
because
they've
that's
had
not
the
cool.
worst honey ever made.
There was also a while back with the new season of Great British Baking Show where the vegan contestant who uses only vegan ingredients is like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I love riding horses," and you're like, "You can't be vegan and ride horses." And everyone's like, "You don't eat the horses. What are you talking about?"
Well,
Yeah,
but
once
that's
again,
slave
you were-
labor. If you're gonna,
Yeah, that's
whatever.
kind of like you can have that stance of not wanting to ride a horse, but it's not a part of vegan. Like you can have other reasons, but veganism does not align with that part. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
I don't. It's like people shouldn't own pets because I'm vegan. It's like no, that's not.
Right, it's
You can
kinda
believe
like
both,
don't have a
but they
dog.
don't. Right, exactly. Which that happens, right? There's what are they called? The Animal Liberation Front, who are literally listed as terrorists by the CIA. They are terrible people.
CIA is not great when it comes to saying who's a terrorist and who's not.
Correct.
Well-
but when you've seen footage of them literally like taking like dogs away from homeless people because they believe no one should own a pet, you're like, these people. No, let's.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I don't like
I'm
these
gonna,
people.
I'm gonna be that guy who's like, hey, just being conscious of time.
Yeah,
because
sorry,
we got a lot
we're here to
get
play
through, and
D&D.
We all got
Right.
bedtimes.
We got the social justice part out of the way at the top. That's all right. We're filtering out the people we don't want watching.
and fuck PETA.
Vegans.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Everyone's welcome here as
There's
long
a
as you're
reason
not
to be
hateful.
vegan, and that's fine.
Yeah.
We can. That would be a fun discussion, but
But anyway, D&D.
Anyway.
Richard, all you, my friend.
D&D. Who would like to recap what happened last week when we started our 4th arc of the campaign?
Metal Gear Solid 4, to some degree.
The episode was titled The Empire Strikes Back, and basically ripped off of the first scene of The Empire Strikes Back.
We
Right,
were
there were-
no planet.
Audra
the
murdered a
little
bear
scout
and
thing.
slept inside its fur.
But even before that, they were
Yeah.
dealing with a
There were
scout.
some
of
like
some sort.
scout mechanical drone guys that are a blend between the surveillance droids, not surveillance droids, from Star Wars, and also kind of from the Matrix, the ones
The
that
Sentinel
attack,
things, yeah,
the
they're kind of like
Sentinels
that too.
attacking
Yeah.
the Nebuchadnezzar. Yeah, we managed to take one down, and was it
After like 2 weeks of like, hey, we've like set up this base pretty well, then it's like, oh no, they found our base.
Yeah, this thing had this like creepy octopus camouflage, like kind of lurking through the forest. It was bizarre and creepy, and it found us, and we put it down. And then Anwar, I believe, was able to suss out this kind of some of the stuff that was making it tick, and we were like, well, this thing can probably send signals like basically ye old GPS to like record us and track us and all that. And so we were like, cool, let's scrap that part and send it. We put it in a barrel and sent it downriver, which and
Fetch
so
your
like
rug. Fetch a rug.
yeah. And so after that, we finally rendezvoused with some of the resistance members, and we're like, y'all, we're finally safe. And then on their table was one of these things fully intact, and we're like, y'all, we are not safe.
Yeah, so jumping into that, just to give everybody a refresher, we're about at midday at this point, and the kind of morning rain has dissolved a bit into a misty kind of drizzle at this point. It's kind of nice how it's kind of warm. The sun is pushing through the canopies. Just kind of a nice soft, gentle breeze, and is what otherwise is really feeling like you're really starting to feel it's autumn at this point. And yeah, you make it over to this safe house. You were greeted by Trax in his dog form, who then like reveals himself to be this old Goliath man, as well as Poe was kind of at the gates as well, and they kind of direct you over to know where to park your wagon and stuff, and then they take you over to this cabin. And at the cabin that you've been to before, this safe house, you see a number of faces that you recognize inside. You go inside, and just so you know, this depiction of this cabin here is not completely accurate. It's just kind of an idea of the general style of it, but imagine it being a bit bigger because it's meant to accommodate group gatherings and stuff, but it's still relatively small. When you look inside, it's not much more than one kind of hall gathering area with a big table, and then there's kind of a room off to the side for like sleeping and stuff, but there's not much more than that. So it's not too much bigger than what the picture that you see here. So of course there's all of you, there's Poe, and there's Trax and Sorsha, who is his kind of apprentice, who you've met before. A couple other kind of the more wilderness type of resistance people that you've seen. Audra's uncle Rankin is there, as well as this mysterious, possibly axe murderer, half-orc Auric. And then, of course, the guy who's looming big over this table on the other side is Lopa, one of the big three that you saw. Last you saw him, there was like... It was pretty much right next to a tree with a ton of hanging... Imperial heads.
Yep.
So he's definitely been a creepy presence. And this guy is, this orc is pretty big even for orc standards. He is clearly like up there with the Furbolgs and the Goliath as far as how tall he is. And yeah, so Poe's just kind of chatting up all of you guys as he is. He's a chatty squawky guy, and he's just like, "Oh yes, yes, good to have you back. Perfect timing, really. There's something that we may have interest for you." And then opens the door, and Lowpaw just kind of looks over like, "Hey, I know you." And when you go inside and you see that, yeah, there's like, you see on this table is another, looks like a dead one of these octopus construct things. It's not, it's fleshy skin on top is not quite as dead as what happened with the one that you guys fought, because you had like that awesome necrotic damage that just kind of like melted away a lot of it, so it was clearly more mechanical by the time you guys had it. This thing is still looking a bit more alive, but you're definitely seeing some parts that are kind of some of the construct part kind of sticking out and things like that. It's definitely heavily damaged. But yeah, Lopaz looking down at you guys. "Oh yeah, I know you guys." And Poe's just like, "Oh yes, absolutely. This is
Put my hand on his beak. Like, we see that, and then quickly, Anwar standing, like, just grabs his beak closed.
Yeah, Hunter immediately like glances at Anwar and then back.
He's just he's looking at you like, "What the fuck?"
Anwar's gonna hold out his hand, which is in the gauntlet of his suit, and kind of like A New Hope, you know, Obi-Wan, you're our only hope. A minor illusion is gonna cast out of his hand of like a sign that says, "Just listen, don't speak. That thing can hear us. Don't kill it."
He's gonna see if he can like gently move a hand off.
Yeah. Anwar will also have the sign spinning so everyone can hear it.
Okay, everyone's gonna look at it like, "Oh,
It's got a little bounce to it, and it spins around.
It sounds like a flickering neon sign now to the
Did he make sure your kerning was on point?
Yeah. So it's
Okay.
a nice space.
Yeah.
Typography is his
part,
passion.
Clearly 10 feet. You're good.
part of we've kind of rebranded Thieves' Cant to be like Rebel Code for the Resistance. And so that includes a lot of things, which include certain ways of talking, certain hand symbols, as well as like various like symbols that people can scratch into walls and stuff like that. So Poe's going to begin signing out some things to Hunter, and basically saying like, "I'm gonna keep talking to not avoid suspicion." He's like, "And this is of course a forger that I've known for many years, and yes, this is the perfect person." And he's like, while he's signing this, he's also just like, "What the fuck, are you kidding me? We've had this here for over a day." Like,
Oh god. Hunter like grabs a piece of chalk and like starts drawing on the wall. Like, "What the fuck? This is no good."
just so you know, Hunter would probably know the hand symbols to do too, but if you want to write it for everybody's, you could do that.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't there. Yeah, hand symbols, what the fuck? No good. In parentheses, Southern drawl.
Your hand signals have an accent.
Right, yeah.
They've just got a little bit of a drawl to the way he moves the arms. But Poe's just going to continue talking while doing this. And just, yes, in any case, this perfect timing, because maybe we could turn this thing into, looks like there's some valuable metal in here. Perhaps we can make some weapons out of it. And so then he's just kind of like doing some more symbols, just being like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like, can you inspect the thing? What is going on?"
I will nod and then lean over to Anwar and whisper in his ear, "Check to see if it's active, if you can." I'll... my voice is relatively familiar.
Now, Master Forger, I am not nearly as experienced, nor any of us, in making weapons from such advanced metals. Could you go over the scientific process of how this works? And please spare no details, because we really need to understand.
I mean, well, yeah, there's a lot of different theories about which makes the best metal for armors. And you can see it at first he was like understanding, but then like as he gets going, he's like, well, I mean, copper is nice, but it gets oxidized and it's kind of light. Then you have iron, but you know, the steel, nothing's wrong with steel. Everybody loves steel. And then, but where do you get the coal? So, and then he's like, as he's going on, Anwar's gonna kind of go and he's gonna look over this thing. And can he see if this is still listening in or if
Make an
there's any
investigation
way-
check.
I'll do
First
it
of all,
with,
anybody can tell there is like a huge gash through the big eye, so it's definitely not looking.
right. I'll throw some guidance on here as well. Oh, not that's gonna matter.
So first time you were looking at this thing, like Nat 20 opened right up and everything. You're looking at this now. It looks pretty darn damaged, and it's hard to tell if it's still able to function with how much damage it has. This thing looks like it had an axe go deep into the sucker, like right in kind of its what would be its brain area. And definitely some like the parts that you noticed were radiating before. You're like, you know how sometimes you like hold up an old cassette tape or something. You're like, maybe we can salvage this. That's kind of where you're at right now. Like, it might still be on. I don't know.
Did you say it's daytime or nighttime?
Oh, it's definitely daytime. You guys left early morning. It's about half a day trip to get there, so it's midday.
You know, our wares are some of the most shiny and beautiful incandescent metals in all of the lands. Actually, if you were to step outside and look in the sunlight, it will blind your enemies in its glorious shine. I can show you now if you'd like.
Sure, maybe. You know what? I feel like we rushed into business. Why don't... Where are my manners? Let's have a spot of tea, and then we'll get back to business. How does that sound?
That sounds great.
While he's like saying that, he'll say some kind of cue that kind of leads other resistance people to start going like checking out different windows and stuff and kind of peering out behind some curtains and stuff and just starting to look all around.
I'll also, in chalk, I'll write on the wall, keep working on, in quotes, your script, and make sure they all see it before like wiping it off.
Alrighty. So yeah, there's definitely one person who's like holds their hand at the door like, I don't know yet. Yeah, what eventually, just to give Poe and others a break, you know, Trax will just start to pick up the conversation. Oh yes, I'll get the tea ready. So please, tell me tales of last time you were up in the mountains. And he's just gonna start kind of going off. I'm gonna roll a little bluff check for him, see how he's doing. Yeah, he rolled pretty damn well.
You got stories.
He's got stories. Is anybody else doing anything right now? Some people are kind of looking out about. Yeah. Is anybody else doing anything?
Ryan, did you see Anwar was like waving some folks outside to talk?
Or
were you just generally?
I was trying to get us outside so we could talk plainly. But it sounds like they want to scope outside to make sure we're not being watched or listened in on.
Okay. Because I
Is that
think
the vibe we're getting right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think Audra would make a similar motion to her uncle to be like, "Yo, can we go talk?" But yeah, she would, I guess, probably get back, like, you know, sort of a give it a second kind of deal, you know, to make sure that we are not.
All right. There's some names on the thing.
Thank you.
Richard, I would say, question, by the way. Since we fought and dismantled ours, it's still the same day, correct? Like it didn't take long to
No,
travel.
you guys
to this...
waited 2 days.
Oh right. Okay. In that case, just to declare it then, like knowing what we knew about it being able to scout and send things back, Audra's going to start preparing sending. Because like, hey, if they can do it, then we ought to be able to do it too. Like just for our own security. But in this instance, I think she could also signal about dropping a clairvoyance spell outside to at least give a little bit more of a survey, at least in one spot, potentially. So she's going to cast that. There's not much of like a clearing before the woods start again, right? At this house?
No, not very much. You guys are pretty much surrounded by quite a bit of woods. There's the front door, which kind of will lead kind of straight out, which will eventually take you over to this kind of stone wall area that's maybe 4 feet high, not all that high, enough to keep sheep in and things like that. There's various critters that are around that Trax keeps care of, and then but that's like a ways away. And then there's a back door as well that also kind of has a clearing of forest. It's got a little path that goes out that way as well. There's one window towards the back. There's maybe like there's like maybe I think 2 windows towards the back, 3 windows towards the front. And right now they're all just kind of scouting around.
Okay. Well, I'll drop the clairvoyance. I kind of like in my brain I just think of it like a magical security camera where it just like gets plopped and then kind of, you know, does this and is looking all around.
What's the range on that?
It's a mile, but I'll put it out maybe like a quarter mile, like in the direction that we came from.
Are you gonna go outside?
I don't have to
do that. I mean, what's your? I think you have to place it somewhere and then you can go, unless I'm mistaken. I don't think you can cast it a mile away.
It says you create an invisible sensor within range in a location familiar to you.
Yeah, but
the range being a mile.
Really? I'm just gonna look it up real quick. That doesn't seem right, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's not like you don't like leave it behind. I think it just like you can choose to have it appear there. Like you're sort of peering into an area, you know?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah. There's nothing about like I have to physically leave it somewhere.
Okay. So you're gonna piece that over about a quarter mile.
Yeah, and then just kind of be surveying, because if everybody's at the moment kind of looking through the windows and checking, that at least gives us a little more of a range to check. So I'm gonna drop that out there.
Okay. Is anybody else doing anything during this time?
So we're not able to see the other side of the door? Is that?
Yeah, that's a fully wood door. But I mean, you could just peek out one of the windows if you wanted to. You could see through the front or back.
I mean, I was hoping to take a quick once around of the perimeter, but if the issue is not wanting to step outside,
it's up to you guys. They're not wanting to step outside. I will say though, in general, I'm just asking what is kind of happening immediately right now that people are doing. If your thing is you want to start going outside, you can do that.
Well, I was gonna ask if my thieves' tools would have like one of those little like mirrors on a stick kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd allow that. That's, I think, a pretty standard thing people ask for when they're a rogue.
Could I slip that outside under the door to see if there is anyone there?
Yes. You can do that. I just want to check in. Is anybody else doing anything currently?
I mean, I'll go outside once it seems safe, but for now, she's just monitoring through the.
Yeah.
The
So you cast that spell. You're doing the thing. Poe would definitely still be like doing some. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I was gonna say Poe is still gonna be messaging, like, what can this thing track? We've had it here for over a day now. Like, what do you know about this thing? And I guess he'll try to relay. Hunter, have you like taught any of this stuff to other people since like they joined the resistance? Like, do you think any downtime has been doing that? I was thinking about possibly giving them intelligence checks to see if they could.
I'd like to think so, especially given the time we have together and knowing like, okay, we're gonna need to know these things. I would have tried to pass on some of that.
Yeah,
I know
so
that's
even
very
if you guys
like
aren't
convenient retroactive shit, but
yeah. Well, even if you guys aren't like completely fluent in it, I would allow an intelligence check to see how much of it you're picking up on your own. So if you'd like to do that, you can. But also,
Could I roll a what would that be?
okay,
Performance check?
Anwar's picking up
Oh.
all of it. He's a pretty quick study, and like they Poe's purposely doing some more simple gestures to try to make sure people are understanding. Chimera picks up about 3/4 of it. Doesn't pick up everything, but you get the big part of the details. Every once in a while, there's a word. It's like, what's that word? But mostly, you're getting it. Chimera, you were about to say something about the table or whatever?
Do we want to keep this, like, do we want to start, like, getting this thing together so we can, like, boot it outside? Or are we just gonna, like, leave it here? Because I think I'd probably start looking for an easy way to drag it outside to at least get it out of the house.
Okay.
I would
mean, if
actually
you...
say, since it's been here at least a day, like a lot of the damage has been done. So if Anwar could like fully dissect this thing without throwing it in a barrel and tossing it down river, basically do an extended identify on this thing to try and learn as much as he can about this.
Okay.
He would have
yeah,
that.
you can do that. So Audrey, you're picking up a little less than half of
Yeah.
what's being said. You're kind of getting it, but it's kind of hard for you to follow.
Yeah, if she's like looking through the sensor at the same time too, then she'd be pretty distracted. Because I feel like it's almost like warging, you know.
Mhm.
So yeah, probably pretty distracted.
I
Okay.
feel like every now and then Audra like makes a confused face and Hunter like pops over and whispers in their ear like, this is what's going on. That meant that like something shady, right?
Okay, so Ryan, are you saying you would like to cast Identify on this thing?
Yes, I would.
Can you give me the wording of it again, just because it's been a while?
Sure. I would say if I am able to pick up with what he is saying, because I think Identify takes a minute or whatever to cast.
A minute with your hand placed on it.
Okay.
Yeah. But Anwar would be swapping between minor illusions to be like, we encountered this a day ago. I ran a basic diagnostic then. It seems to hear and possibly listen to what we're saying. I still don't know for sure, but we need to be very careful what we say around it. You choose one object. Here it is. That you must touch throughout the casting of this spell. Casting time 1 minute. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued item, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use or how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item or what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. Interesting. I didn't know it would work on creatures. I thought it was only stuff.
Yeah, so we're in a weird kind of gray area with construct because it's a little bit of both. I think even constructs are considered creatures by the way D&D rules work. I would definitely say I guess the closest thing would be scrying, even though it's not fully functional scrying at this point because its eye is freaking broken. Yeah, I guess that's what you would be able to tell, that there is still some functionality of this, and you're picking up on I guess, I don't know how much Anwar would understand scry, because it's not a spell he knows at this point, but that's like the basic idea. And as you start really digging in there and starting to get a sense of it, you and everyone else suddenly start like turning as if like someone was whispering over their shoulder. Anwar, you're going to hear a voice saying, Anmar Wamarwan, you always were my brightest student. How disappointing that you were so foolish to let these heathens make you their fall guy. And you're not the only one who hears something, because everybody's kind of reacting around the same time.
No, we don't.
Chimera, you're hearing Chimera Aluzara. What madness led you to join those who killed your son? Hunter, you hear
No. Nope.
Hunter Valentine.
Don't hear shit.
Raised by farmers too bitter that they were left outside of the wall. You could have had so much better. And Audra, you hear, Audra, you were such a loyal citizen. What a shame that a single tragedy led you to join the very people that instigated her death. And it's at that time that people realize what they heard was like didn't come from anywhere in specific. There was no like reverb off the walls nearby. Like this was in their head. And immediately they're just like, oh fuck. The orcs in this situation are getting fucking pissed. Like they're drawing their axes and swords. Ronkin also draws his thing. They're like going up against walls, and now they're like really looking out. Hunter, you were looking through with that mirror, so you got this interesting viewpoint. So some people looking through windows, they're gonna say like, I spot some priests. Some priests are coming out of the forest. But what you see with that interesting angle, floating through from high above, about 20 feet in the air, is the only Mind Flayer you've ever seen. He's approaching your cabin.
Hunter like stumbles back and like kind of lands on his butt and like with shaky hands like slaps the mirror like closed and like sticks it in the kit and like shoves it in his bag and they got Flayer. They got fuck.
Some of them who are peeking out the front windows are gonna say, oh, I spot 4 of them. Ronkin's looking towards the back. I don't see any in the back.
They got a floater. They got a bad floater. Bad. They got a bad.
The floater.
It's the bad one. It's y'all battle stations. It's bad.
Lopaz just like, all right, guys, this is it. He's getting pumped up.
Hunter pulls out of his pocket a flask and like takes 3 heavy gulps of it and then passes it to Chimera.
Yeah.
Yes. Just downs it. Like,
Richard,
we're good at that today.
upon hearing that, obviously she's gonna break out of clairvoyance and like this is, you know, everybody's noticing these things.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to like I guess I can say I can hold this. Well, no, she would do it now just for security's sake. I'm gonna cast...
If you're gonna do any kind of like action, I need you guys to roll for initiative at this point.
Okay, yeah, it was.
There's no surprise in this thing.
Okay, it is. It was going to be it's not an aggressive spell, but it was going to be a spell.
Yeah, I need you to roll initiative then.
Okay. Well, if everybody's okay with that, I think that's what's about to happen.
Let's get some music in here.
All
I was feeling. I go Bloodborne for this kind of stuff.
So
All
okay, so Richard, I will have to do this on my turn then.
Yes.
For sure. Okay, that's totally fine. Just verifying.
Yep. So place your characters wherever you want them. I just put them in
Let's
random
get
spots.
music
But if
going. Very
I
appropriate.
guess
Ryan.
Hunter would be right next to the door, and then you said he backed up
Yeah.
a little bit, so he'd be there.
Probably stumbled there-ish.
You stumbled
Where's Cam?
20 feet over across the table.
Wait, is this not the front door?
No, the front door is right here.
That's
Oh,
a fire.
okay.
That's a chimney, I think.
Yeah, that's a chimney.
Richard, I'm pretty
Front
much
door's
where
right
you
there.
would. I'm where you would have me by my uncle.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems right. Is Cam, or maybe I threw the flask to her. Oh, she's right there.
Yeah, I moved.
What is Hunter? You've got a
there
pretty high
a-
dex right now, right?
Yeah.
All right, you know what? I'd be on this couch. I'm gonna
Gonna put your 14 above the other 2 14s.
Oh, yeah, new music.
Oh, sorry, I need to give you an initiative roll, and then I need to.
Yes, please. Could use one from everybody.
Yup. That's not great.
I saw that land on an 18, and it says 9 + 1.
That
I
was mine.
Oh, there's yours. Okay.
Oh, we're going with
18 is pretty good. Yeah,
Bloodborne. All right, dope.
I was wondering if you'd end up using a luck point, but 18, that's pretty good. What is your dex though?
My dex?
Yeah.
0.
Oh, okay. So you are gonna go behind the Mind Flayer. Okay.
Ooh.
Ryan, did you see
My
the first
dex,
comment
hard
on
and
this?
strong. Your dex looks like a prawn,
I've not thought about that song in a long time.
right?
What's that dude's name? Mickey
No
Avalon.
idea. Couldn't tell you.
Mickey Avalon, that's his name. Anyways, Ryan, did you see the first comment on the Bloodborne music literally says, definitely saving this to use for a fight in an upcoming D&D game.
We all I posted that.
what-
That was my comment.
Oh, you're John
No.
Starinieri? That's his.
Yeah.
That's this
you
person's
just
name.
got
I did
doxed.
not dox any. That's their YouTube handle. I did not dox anybody. I just want to say that is the public-facing
Wow.
name.
Wow.
Oh, interesting. They
Wow.
have an address and a social security number written here.
Dude, we're
I
so
guess
fucked.
I guess Anwar is just a little bit taken aback and shaken because even with advantage, he is stepping back a bit. Did you roll your d6? Don't you? Isn't that pretty much like always something
Oh, yeah, I
that?
have that. Let me do it. I imagine that like we hear everything's happening. Anwar's freaking out. The suit just like automatically like, and,
Yeah.
and it's like danger, danger, and it's like a little red arrows everywhere, like danger.
Yeah.
I'm like, but maybe it's still, I don't know much. Only 10, so I don't think I change.
It would put you up to Audra. Which of you has the higher dex?
I have +1.
I have a +1 as well. You can go.
I guess we'll just keep Audra where she is.
Okay.
Since she rolled it
Yeah.
naturally.
So
I
then
would
change
like to
anything.
buff everybody, so.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hunter
So
has,
you guys
Hunter
are suddenly like
has drawn
taking fighter
weapons.
stances and stuff. People are like getting ready to throw down, and like just as you're getting ready to go, there's just a mental like I was always like, let me stop you right there, and all of your minds are suddenly going to shake with like pounding energy coursing through you where you can barely think for a second. I need all of you to make intelligence savings throws, please.
I'm sorry, that's what my pumpkin brandy was for, so Chimera and I should get advantage.
No.
Dang, okay, worth a shot. You said wisdom?
No, intelligence.
Intelligence.
I know. If only. If it were
Wow.
wisdom, I have something for that, but.
No!
Nat ones can be. Chimera can do something about that.
Luck. Oh, yeah, I can.
You're gonna do luck for yourself, and you could also do for the other, because one's a reaction, the other is just a free thing. you can do.
I will do the thing. Yeah.
I love that I rolled an intelligence-based character in a Mind Flayer campaign and still rolled a 2.
You're so taken aback, Ryan. You're just so scared.
There.
Oh, we're in danger.
Yeah, you are.
You're in danger.
Does a 16 at least save? If a 16 doesn't save, I'm gonna feel a lot more in danger.
A 15 does save. So,
Oh,
Hunter and
Okay.
Audra,
All right.
something about your background, whatever it is, something in you, like fight or
Right.
flight, and you were like just
Well.
hanging in there, and you're able to shake this thing off. So you do not take any damage, and you are not
Okay.
stunned. But Hunter and Anwar and Chimera, you each take 26 psychic damage
Oh!
and are stunned. Of all these other people who are all around you, it's almost like a psychic blast just went through this whole like kind of rickety
Jeez.
old cabin. Let's go through the list here. Auric, the hunky potential axe murderer, he saves. Trax, the old
Him.
smart and wise Goliath, saves. Ronkin, next to you, Audra, he's suddenly stunned. Poe, he starts to get stunned to the point that he falls down. His head hits the side of the table, and he starts bleeding out down on the ground.
Oh,
I
God.
got $1 million baby. Oh no.
Let's see. Lopa, the big hulking orc, not so smart. He's just he's stunned at this point. And Sorsha, I guess not all of you see because she ran into the private residence area, but you hear a big thud right down onto the floor. It sounds like skull hitting floor.
Oh, that's bad.
Okay.
That's a
so
concussion.
Okay.
that's where we're starting everything.
Okay. All right.
Chimera, you are currently stunned. What is racing through your mind right now as you try to summon this energy to fight off this psychic energy? What's going through your mind right now?
She sees flashes of images of her children, and then she immediately starts praying to the Great Wolf for strength.
All right.
And
See
I guess
that roll.
I try. Okay. All right. Eat a dick.
Do you want a luck point or no?
No, I already used one for this.
Okay, so you stay stunned then.
Yep.
Auric, pushing through, is determined as ever. He pulls out his big battle axe. He opens up the door, and he's gonna run through and give it everything he does. Like, it's now or nothing. He has got to get this thing. He runs through. He runs outside, and heads back towards this thing. And he's going through. Anwar, you're kind of like trapped a bit and stunned, but like the curtain is open enough that you can see this happening. Same with Hunter, because the door is now like swung open. You see that he runs through two-handed, and he's going to almost dissolve into the misty rain. He is going to misty step up into the air and strike down at this thing with all he's got, and it catches the Mind Flayer by surprise. The Mind Flayer is like, ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh shit! And it just comes out of nowhere and hits this guy. It hits the Mind Flayer. He tries to dodge out of the way, but he gets a nasty scrape right on his forehead. Not deep, but enough that this kind of whitish, silverish blood starts going down the side of his face. Auric has to do a what do you call it? A dexterity check, an acrobatics check to land gracefully, and he does. He kind of like parkours out of it as he goes down to the other side. He lands down behind him. He looks up. He kind of grins like, "If it bleeds, we can kill it." So that's Auric's turn, but the frickin' Mind Flayer looks pissed as hell. Looks down at him and looks like he's concentrating heavily on it. And one of the cultist priest things looks back at him too and kind of does like a Jedi hand movement over to him. And Auric starts to kind of wince his head a little bit. Well, that is all of that turn.
Alas, poor Auric, am I right? He is going to die.
Trax, the old Goliath, he is going to pull out his staff and shine it point it towards the center of the room, and blinding light shoots out towards all of you as this glowing, radiant spirit of a bear goes into the center of the room and shines out brightly. And as this light hits you, not only are you kind of blinded, but also you are like enveloped in this warmth, and suddenly you feel protected, you feel strong. Each of you gets 9 temporary HP.
Oh, gonna need them.
And
all right.
I don't know how relevant it will end up in this fight, but while you were in the aura, you have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
Whose aura is that?
I'm gonna need strength for this. I'm gonna need strength to carry on.
Yeah. But you feel that strength that you, at first everything was going to shit, but this bear just radiates, and suddenly you're like, maybe we can actually do this.
Nice.
And it gives you a second chance. But looking over, you see that Poe he's no longer bleeding out of his head, on like the blood's not pooling out anymore, but he's still just kind of like,
Richard, can you put that aura on the map for us too?
Oh, can you not see it?
No.
All right, let me. You were supposed to be able to see it. There you go.
Thank you.
So good news, no one's in death saves anymore. There were 2 who were in death saves.
Oh, boy.
Was it Poe and the Saoirse?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
In any
Saoirse,
case,
rather.
Hunter, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Cool. I'm gonna turn to this guy, whose name I can't think of at the moment,
My Uncle Ronkin.
Uncle Ronkin, and say, "Shake them awake. I got work to do." And I'm gonna fucking.
He's
bolt.
one of the stunned ones.
Wait, he's stunned?
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't. I'm sorry. Only the players have the decals. Who's?
Yeah, I'll make some stuff. It might be easier if you guys just make little check marks on it. It's going to take me a while to do them. for each
Yeah,
of
I
these.
gotcha.
Right now, the stunned
Ooh.
people are Ronkin, Lopa, and Poe and Sorsha are still.
Shit,
Guys,
so
they added an
everyone
actual
awake who
built-in
didn't just-
circle in the drawing tools. Finally.
Oh shit. Okay,
So,
I guess.
Alright.
Fuck. Man, it's like I can use a turn waking people up or go fucking hurt people.
Richard, if Poe and Saoirse were in death saves, then they're technically not stunned anymore, right? Because they would have just been downed.
I looked into the ruling of it. They're still stunned even
Okay.
after they're downed.
Okay.
But they're completely stabilized at least.
Gotcha.
They've
Thank
got
you.
HP.
Okay, one sec. I'm gonna roll a 50-50. Hunter's going to pop over here. Action, shake Chimera.
She's not stunned. Oh wait, yeah, sorry, yes she is. Yeah, sorry.
And then pop over here. Bonus action, shake Anwar. I am multi-wielding.
Let's stop at Chimera first. I
Okay.
need to make a medicine check. Or insight. I'll give you medicine or insight.
Where's the medicine? Well, they are tied, so let's go with insight. Oh, come on!
You think if you keep on shaking them, eventually they'll snap out of it. You think that shaking them's the perfect thing to do.
But it takes more than one action of shaking.
All I'm telling you is with a nat 1, your character thinks that shaking them it's gonna work.
Fantastic. Well, you know what? I'm gonna bonus action shake Anwar. See
All
if I
right,
can
you try to
jostle
do
him.
that as well. I will give you another chance to roll an insight on Anwar.
Come on, bud.
Okay, much better. So, first time, you're not really getting it. Second time, you're like trying to shake somebody, and you're kind of looking back, and you're like, okay, this is not like a little shaking him. It's not doing anything. That's not gonna snap him out of it.
Can I gut check him with the same set?
You want to add 1 point of damage?
Yeah, just like hilt of the dagger, just kind of like, ugh.
Because you haven't really done much, I'll let you have that.
Okay.
You hit him for 1 point of damage, and with that insight 19, you notice nothing's happening. It's not helping.
Fuck. Cool. I just wasted my turn.
Well, you got
But we
useful
learned
information.
We learned
You learned something. That's not a waste.
I will finish my movement by planting myself against the door frame here. And
Okay, the door will swing open to the point where if you were to open it, it would like be opening towards you, just so you know. Because the handle's here and it would swing towards you.
Oh, okay. I'll temporarily brace the door and
Okay.
tell this dude, you gotta
Oh,
get them
sorry,
away.
I forgot his whole turn. That was just a bonus action to do that. He uses his other action to
Bonus
rush over to Sorsha. You don't
Well,
fully see what happens
balls!
there.
I would have told him to do it. Okay, well, can't control
Sorry, I
what we
forgot that
didn't
was.
Richard, is
that
the
was rest of
aura
his
on
turn.
him or on a spot?
It's on the. Do you not see the bear?
Oh, it's on
Oh,
the
it's on the bear.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's this like radiating
Okay.
spirit of a bear that goes out.
Okay, yeah, sorry. No, I saw that. I thought it was coming off of Trax himself. My bad.
Well, I guess I'll yell to the general public, we gotta snap these guys out of it! I'm gonna go keep that dumb bastard from not dying.
All right. Ronkin currently is trying his hardest to get out of it. You can tell he's like gripping his rapier so freaking hard, but he's not able to get out of it this turn. Poe, same thing. He's just lying there on the ground. He's even stabilized, but he's still not getting up. Lopa also just like looks furious, but he's just kind of like stuck in this really angry pose. Audra, you're up.
I mean, could I roll some sort of check to try to figure out if there's a way we can help with the stuns? Because she's seen Hunter attempt some stuff.
Yeah, you've
She
seen
doesn't
Hunter,
really know what else is like to do.
You've
you know?
seen Hunter try and no dice.
Okay. Is it what could I roll an insight myself or something to maybe learn more, or does it seem pretty cut and dry at this point? Like we probably can't do anything for them.
I'm trying to. I mean, you saw what Hunter did, and then he
Right.
shouted out, "We got to get these guys woken up." No one's tried a heal spell.
Yeah.
He tried doing some damage. But I mean, you could go through process of elimination, but that's up to you.
Yeah.
I can't just tell you.
Okay. She is going to because this is what she was gonna do initially anyway. So feeling like some energy radiating out of the bear spirit, she is going to further boost that, and hoping that it's going to help in some way, and also knowing that it's going to have to, she's going to have to do some healing for sure. She is going to cast Beacon of Hope, and
What does that do?
Beacon of Hope. Here you go.
Sorry, that was me.
Beacon of Hope works like this, so I can tag it to everybody inside right now. I don't think I can get Auric. Yeah, it's 30 feet, so I can't get him, unfortunately. But everyone else, have advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws, and any healing that happens, it doesn't have to be from me, but any healing, you're going to get the maximum possible healing from that. And then
Nice.
she can't do it this round, but she's going to definitely start doing some more healing. Is this a window or just a wall?
Which one?
Right in front of me.
That's a window. There's anything that's like this. There's like a little bit of a line. That's a window, and then you've got this big door here, and then there's a door.
Okay, so there's windows like all around. Okay. Well, she's going to go up to here and kind of like drop under the window so she's not just standing right there and like kind of look at Chimera and Anwar and just like not feeling like she can actually help them. Just tell them like, I'm not going to let you die. I will keep you standing. We just got to shake you out of whatever that is.
Okay. Let's see. Anwar. What are you? What is pulsing through your mind, through all your fears and hopes and all of your logical thinking and everything else? What's going through your mind as you try to push through and fight off this this psychic blast?
I think he's just thinking over and over again, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. And that's going to be his mantra.
Alright.
Do I get to roll at the end or beginning of my turn?
End of your turn. Oh my god. These fucking rolls.
+7. I actually waste my turn.
So these guys is anybody actually looking out a window right now? I guess Audra is.
No, I dropped and like I turned. I'm
Okay.
like using that, like my back's to it and I'm under it because I was turning my attention to Anwar and Chimera.
Okay, I guess I'm not going to say what these guys do necessarily, but you are all going to hear a thought in your head. And this is all directed to all of you at the same time. Well, at least there's one warrior who can manage to land a blow. At least let's see what happens when you're the one defending against him. And you hear that. And I shall not say what the others are doing at this point.
Yay.
Yay. Sorsha, you'll hear some kind of commotion. The third sounds like she's having a bit of a argument with Trax, but eventually she's just going to push around. And she is going to run over and cast Cure Wounds. Let's see what level she's capable of. Just level 1. Okay. Level 1, that's a D8 plus 3 for her. So here we go. Sorry. Alrighty, so that is 6 health restored to Chimera as she lays her hands on you.
No, it is max health restored to Chimera because of my spell.
Oh,
So whatever it is,
eight,
maximum
so that is
health.
11. Thank you. Yes.
Yep.
So with giving out this divine aid that she is granting on you, you feel this warmth coming, radiating from your shoulder that just kind of goes all over you, and you also, like, it's almost like you're backlit. You feel this warmth coming in from the bear, from this beacon, all of it, and you're just starting to feel this nice, euphoric kind of feeling that is helping channel through all this other crap you're going through. So yeah, you got 11 hit points from that. Alrighty. Back to the Mind Flayer.
No!
He is going... You're just gonna see three fireballs, basically. Not full fireballs, I mean, like, it's a scorching ray. You get 3 beams of fire go out, breaking through each of the 3 front windows. Could I get a doodle of fire here?
Oh my god, of course you can. This is my time to shine.
Fire here, and then fire, like, around here. Just in front of each of these 3 windows, please.
Yeah, buddy.
Audra, what is your AC?
I'll doodle.
Ooh.
secondary one.
It is 19. Is this a save or just are you attacking me with something?
No, it's your AC. It's a
Okay.
attack against
Okay.
you.
I have the shield thing, but it doesn't apply here. So 19.
That's bad.
19 and
Get rid of it.
Can it target me though? Because I said I was like
if
ducked
you do
under
like
the wall
like a lot of that shit, Andrew.
or under the window.
Like,
because you have some cover, I will account
did
for
you?
that, and he misses you. But the flames go like crashing through right over you.
Okay.
So like, yeah, let's put some flames like maybe like right behind her or whatever. Basically the point is though, all 3 of these windows are crashed open at this point.
Alright.
Did a bad job.
And Lopaw, he's just kind of stunned, so
whatever, shut up.
he just takes the hit.
leave it to the pros.
So he's gonna take some fire damage.
I'll fill. How about that?
Let's see. Alrighty. Okay, he's gonna take 9 fire damage. Lopaw's not having a good day. I guess none of you guys are. Alrighty. So that is the Illithid's turn at this point. Chimera, you're up next.
God bless.
What's going through? Still thinking about your kids, or do you go through to something else?
You know that scene in Kill Bill where she's like in the back of the pussy wagon and she's like, "Move your big toe." It's
Yeah.
it's that, but it's mounting in anxiety, so it's getting to the point where it's just like, fucking move! Like, just panic. I don't know why I put 2d20, because it's literally 1d20 and it's plus 0. So, rocking that number. We nailed it. I'm gonna go ahead and do luck point, though.
Okay.
Hey, that looks better.
Hey, you just trying so hard and doing that, like, just move a toe thing. You shift through different realities, like, where is the reality where I can actually do this? And you find that reality and you lock in there, and then suddenly you can get out of it. That is your turn, but you did get out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's my turn.
Alrighty. Auric now. 6.
Oh lord, he coming.
Auric, he's got the one axe already, and he's just like walking over all menacing style, heading up towards this front door, and he's gonna pull out his secondary hand axe as well. He is ready to fuck shit up. But he can't quite get to the door in time, so that's
Is he coming to kill us? Is that what's happening?
yeah.
Great.
Drax. What can he do at this point? Let's see. Oh, this is what he can do.
Bless you.
Okay.
Thank you. I can mute it for stream, but I didn't bother to mute it for all of you.
Hey, you might have this on hand, Ryan. What is the range for Fairy Fire?
5 feet.
60 feet.
60 feet.
Fuck, that's not good.
Oh, it's plenty good. He's gonna go forward and kind of brace the fire a little bit, which at this point is kind of grown a bit around. So we'll see if he can stamp it out real quick, just as a... I guess he couldn't do that. He's just gonna have to take a little bit of fire damage. But he's gonna step forward. He's gonna look out and see that flare, and he's gonna do the best he can to fairy fire it. And so it's out to 60 feet, but what's the radius? Could he possibly hit any of these others with it, or is that not a...
20-foot cube.
20-foot cube.
Think he could get one then?
Probably good.
Get 2. Get those 2.
Well, I think he wants to go for the big guy because he's the biggest threat, but if he can get one of these other guys too, he would.
I don't think he can.
He's 20 feet up in the air, but is he...
I mean, you could get either these two or this guy. Oh.
If it's a 20-foot cube, that's 20 feet 20 feet up. I think he could do it. So he'll...
It's like his little toe.
5, 10,
I've always done it like that,
15,
but-
20.
Yeah, but then if you move that over one, you... Oh, yeah. All right, well, I guess he can only get the big guy. He is going to try to do that then. I'm going to have to roll odds and evens for this. All right, let's see how that goes. Okay, so yeah. So suddenly the Illithid is going to start glowing like this strange color, just kind of this like radiant energy. Suddenly he's going just like, heck is this? Looks like some foreign kind of fey magic he's not as familiar with. And so that is that's Trax's turn. Hunter.
Oh, I'm going to look to the group and say, I'm gonna try and buy you like 30 seconds. And his eyes kind of like flash, and that flash like kind of flickers through his body down his arm, and kind of into his rapier. but then like sizzles back to his hands, and he's going to hide his dagger, like kind of in his armpit,
Mm-hmm.
and walk out with his rapier in hand, with
Mhm.
my beer in hand.
Uh-huh.
Open the front door, and like, all right, what do we need to do to cool things off here? Because you scared the shit out of us, so we can talk. What are your demands?
I mean, if he got within Oryx's range, he was like basically getting ready to attack.
Maybe over here. And I'll
He's
I'll
definitely
shut the
looking
door
scared.
behind
You
me.
kind of like huddle up against the side. You say all of that. The Mind Flayer will respond to you. He'll say, "If you'd like to parlay, we can start with the brain of one of the big three."
Sure. Let's give him up and the rest of us walk away.
Hunter's the only one who hears that, but yeah.
Seems like a fair trade.
So Hunter, is that your turn? Are you holding any actions or anything, or is that it?
Am I free to respond? Holding an action does seem like a good idea, doesn't it?
I don't know. You only got 6 seconds for your whole turn, so
I mean, if I can... My reaction would be, if someone tries to fuck me up, I'm gonna stab the shit out of them with that dagger, right? Or, well...
so that's your held
whatever's
action
with
then,
me.
is to, if somebody comes up to you, you're gonna hit them with the dagger.
Yeah, like if I'm able to verbally respond, then I'd be glad to do that. But I'm...
I mean, if you want to say something back to him telepathically, you can.
Yeah. Parlay! I ain't the brains, but I'm the mouth.
All right. That is what happens on your turn. Ronkin, after struggling quite a while, finally, some of you who are in the room would notice he finally is like, ugh. He kind of shakes it off and kind of gets ready to go. Ronkin is finally in the mix. Ho is not. Poe's still just on the ground. Let's see. Lopa also not able to shake out of anything. His intelligence ain't very good. So let's see. These guys.
But is it not my turn in that case?
Oh, sorry. Did I skip you?
Yeah, because I would be after Lopal.
Oh yeah,
Unless
you're right.
I'm
I'm
reading
sorry.
the
I was looking at the wrong thing here. Yeah. You're correct. Yes, Audra, it's your turn.
Okay. Well, first she's gonna, as she stands up to look back out the window, as she like turns to briefly face Sorcha, she's just gonna tell her, she's gonna like point to Anwar and just heal him next, and then she will she's gonna turn, look out the window, and the first thing I'm gonna do, just cause, is cast. Okay, so with the spell cantrip bonus action thing, Sacred Flame is an action and it is a cantrip. Spiritual Weapon is a bonus action and it is a standard spell. So that works, right?
That works.
Okay. So first thing, just to make use of my action, I'm going to drop a Sacred Flame on the floating guy. Might as well.
All right. If you got the range for that.
Yeah, I do. It's
Okay.
it's 60 feet, so if he's 40 out and 20 up, that ought to be in it.
All right. So he needs to make a
Dex
dexterity
save,
saving throw.
please. Yeah, for he needs to beat 14.
He's beat 14. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, shit, if I'd known, I would have gone for damage instead of talking.
Yeah, this doesn't look like a talking situation to me, but you can try it.
I mean, at this point, why? Yeah.
What was I gonna say? He failed that, so he's gonna take
Alright.
that damage. Go ahead
Okay.
and roll it.
He takes 6 radiant damage.
Alright.
And as the
Burns up, but then he has to quickly.
Yep. But then sorry.
He doesn't seem too affected by it, but yeah.
All right. Well, as he's patting himself off, a big old spectral sword's gonna appear in front of him and attack.
All right.
And let me double check. I think that's my. What is the attack? I think it's a
Spell casting modifier.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, melee spell attack. Okay. So +6. All right.
You do have advantage on this because of the fairy fire.
Right. Thank you. So, well, 13 and a 14. Are either of those hits?
Nope. He's starting to get pissed off now after that radiant flame. He's just gonna start, like, all right, I'm taking it a little more seriously, and he's just kind of like Agent Smithing, just kind of like dodging it.
Okay.
It's like, whatever. All right.
Well,
I think
me.
that's your turn. All right. Aghanazar. Don't die.
Refreshing my browser. So I'm gonna refresh all my browsers actually. I'm actually gonna shut down my computer and restart my computer. Actually.
Oh, that's the
I'm gonna
problem.
go for a mile
We've been
run.
using Internet Explorer.
Because if this doesn't work, I'm gonna go get my metal dice out of my room.
Hey.
There you go. Describe how you finally break
Alright.
out of it.
I like to think as he's freaking out, he's like actually having a panic attack, and then that infusion that his father left in the back of his helmet to like concentrate my son, it starts to glow bright, and that snaps him awake, and he's able to get free again and focus himself, and his mind is sharp, and he's back in the fight.
Alrighty. All right. He's back in the fight. On to these.
I guess he would
cultist
also snap in like, I don't want to die.
Like you're waking up from like a night terror, just ah.
Like he's been saying in his mind over and over again, but then it starts shouting out of his mouth.
Okay. So a number of these cultists, I'm just calling them cultists, but I've been calling them priests for a while. We'll say that this one stayed where he was to get out of Oryx. I guess one of them would be blocking anyway. Oryx gonna do his own thing later. I guess it'd be kind of like probably peek through the window here and probably be more like this. So Hunter, a number of people are coming up on you. He's not here. Crap. Andrew, if you can hear this, get back.
Well, can you attack the other people first?
Yeah. So this guy over here is going to like peek through the window here, and he is what are you gonna do? Sees all those people. I guess from a certain angle, he is going to be able to see Chimera, and he is going to cast what is it called? He is going to cast Phantasmal Force on Chimera. I'm going to need a Wisdom saving throw, please.
You have advantage on that.
Do we have any chain spells for these 4 dudes who are just lined up like bowling pins now?
I have several.
All
if
right.
I can move.
All right, cool.
Tight.
Hey, so, you see,
Sorry.
and only you see, pushing through one of the windows is one of those octopus things that comes out, and it first it kind of like latches on to the window and everything, staring at you, and it's gonna lunge at you and start wrapping up all around you. You are going to take,
Oh, so they get cuddles.
they get cuddles.
Or cuddles, if you will. Cuttles.
I know what I said.
So let's see. You can use an action later to do an investigation check to see if this is an illusion or not. But in the meantime, this thing, while wrapped around you, is going to do psychic damage to you. It's only going to deal 1d6
Okay,
psychic
that's not
damage
awful.
to you. 5 psychic damage goes to you. And you think you could swear to God right now this thing is on you. And that is its turn. Hunter.
Do I get a
3
chance
of
to
these
respond?
things are coming up on you. You held an action, so if you want to attack one of them with your dagger, you can do that.
I would absolutely love to.
This guy probably would have gone up closer to the window a bit here. And then, yeah, these 3 guys would go up towards Hunter.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to present my rapier like I'm handing it over to them,
Mm-hmm.
and then swoop in and under with the dagger.
Okay.
Oh, good dang.
So, going forward, you're going to try to swoop in with that dagger, and one of them is going to, grab the dagger and then try to touch you. All 3 of them are going to try to touch you. What is your AC?
Neat. It's 15.
Okay, in that case, 2 out of these 3 guys will hit you. They're going to grab onto you, and they are going to inflict wounds upon you. Which is gonna really fucking hurt. Let me just make sure I got it real quick. Okay, so
Let me just prepare.
yeah.
First take.
What's your total HP? Is 39 right now?
Probably not enough. Yeah, 39 with the padded. Yeah.
Yep. They're each going to. Well, only 2 of them hit, so that's. Yeah, that's still. Yep. You're gonna get downed as they go over and inflict wounds on you. You feel pain coursing through your whole body until you drop down against the wall here. And there is fire getting dangerously close to you too. Luckily, you're a tiefling. That doesn't matter as much. But you are dropped all the way down at this point.
I will. Don't forget advantage on death saving throws right now because of my spell.
Yep. That will be helpful. So that was all 3 of them there. So yeah, that is their turn. Sorsha is going to do what you said, and there's kind of some. Actually, she can kind of scooch past Chimera. There's kind of some fire around, but she's going to reach over and grant some healing, and you will get the max healing, which means you get 11 HP back on Mar. She will take a little bit of sacrifice for that, though.
You said 10?
11. You get 11 HP back. And then she'll kind of back away after that to not stay in the fire. But she got a bit burned. She's reaches over and just kind of goes back after she gets a bit burned. Alrighty. Seeing everything going on here, this may be concerning to you, but Lopaw begins to just lift off the ground as if he's being levitated, and he's starting to move through the broken window and starting to move out about 5 feet up and 15 feet out this way at this point.
That is concerning, Richard.
Yep. That is the Mind Flayer's turn at this point. Chimera. This is like
Okay.
all the buildings burning and everything. This is fine. This is fine.
So I got the thing on me. I think the thing is on me.
Yeah, this thing looks like it's all wrapped around you. It's scaring the shit out of you.
I try to like stab at it,
You sure can.
like to get it away because oh my god, it's on me. But hearing the cries and screams and then the absolute silence from Baby Boy Hunter, would I be able to yeet my echo out to try and do like an attack too?
Needs to be a point you can see. However, some of these windows have been smashed through, so you probably could get one right over there. There are some flames coming in though, so
That's true. Would I be able to like throw her right there? Do you think?
I would
Like-
say though that the flames shouldn't really be there so much because they kind of like crashed through, and mostly they're all over here.
Okay.
Yeah, like tracks would probably have backed up. Yeah, and then some of the flames are here that Lopal was just taking some of that damage. All right, so in any case, yeah. So yeah, if you wanna put an echo over there, that's fine.
Yeah, we yeet one out, and we're both gonna make an attack.
Okay, I will allow you to marry, since you're taking an action to attack just freely, I'll allow you to do an intelligence roll to see if you're noticing that this thing is real or not as you're attacking it.
It's my intelligence. Hey.
Hey!
Hey.
You're stabbing away, and you're noticing, like, that you're just stabbing at nothing. It's not really, you're not feeling it.
That's weird. I smacked my head with my blade there. That's strange.
Yeah. So I think it's dispelled now. I think you figured it out, so I think you're good.
Echo's going to attack.
All right, which one is Echo going to attack? Where is... Oh, Echo's there, okay.
The one to the... You know what? We're going to go for the one that's like in the window. Or is he in the window? No, he's next to the window.
Yeah, he was looking through the window because he's the one who did that spell against you.
Is
Well,
that like...
fuck him in particular then. Like, fuck all of them, but no, I'll go after him.
Okay.
Is the wood strip there like an overhang or like a porch on the map there?
This is like a porch.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yeah, trying to get all of this going on at the same time, you don't have quite enough mental focus, and the Echo isn't able to land a blow.
That's fair. I'm refreshing my browser.
Okay. Auric. Not trying to be too harsh about this, but I think this is what he would do. He's like stomping forward. He's getting ready to go inside. And looking at Hunter there on the ground. He's gonna try to confirm that kill. He's gonna go like 2 axes in. You are going to get 2 death saves down, so you're down to just 1 at this point. You are bleeding out all over the place at this point. We're needing a miracle at this point for Hunter. And that is Auric. Trax, though, is a bit of a miracle worker. He needs to be able to see. I think he's gonna do what he's gotta do. Like, there's definitely, like, people heard Hunter fall. You're hearing some chopping and stuff like that over at the door. He is going to, I guess, like, kind of lean over and get closer to that window again. And he can't get to you, but he will grant a healing word.
Which is
And
max
so-
healing.
Max healing, so that is a D4 plus his. So that's 8 health that you regain. So you're back up to 8. So yeah, you're probably like coughing up blood, but you are like all the like these like nasty wounds that were cut through your chest area. They kind of heal up, and like whatever blood is like left in there inside, you just like cough up immediately. And that is Trax's turn. Hunter, you nearly died. What do you do?
I guess diplomacy's dead.
And you're still prone at this point, unless you use half
Yep.
your movement to get up.
I will combine it. I'd like to. Oh, does someone take my dagger when I tried to stab them?
No, they just kind of like grabbed it in and then did
Gotcha.
a move real quick.
I will tuck my dagger away, but pull out my grapple gun and shoot it up here.
Okay,
assuming
and
I
that's
have
a
that
like a
range.
modified Misty Step, so that shouldn't provoke an attack of opportunity. So
Yeah, and I'll zip through and try to land on my feet.
So you just kind of Batman just like kind of find just like pull straight through them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I'm going to sidestep and try to dig my rapier deep.
This
in
guy's
Dude
20
Man's
feet up in
rapier.
the air.
Oh.
You're getting real far away right now.
I forgot he was 20 feet in the air.
Still, you got a bit of a lead on us going after big man.
I just died, okay? Come here, break.
Do you want to tie again?
Yeah, you're speed running to death number 2.
Okay, if he's...
I mean, like,
I didn't realize he was 20 feet in the air.
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I
So
wouldn't,
he's
I
That's
wouldn't-
not
20
the
feet
issue.
in the air. You're kind of surrounded by
That's
dudes
not
right
the
now.
issue!
No, the issue is not how high he is in the air.
20
He's-
feet in the air, Fairy Fire only affected him. He's levitating a guy towards himself.
There's a mind control guy who attacked you.
Yeah.
I just like.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on right now.
Yeah. It's just very dangerous move. Like, do what you want to do, but it's very dangerous.
It's not like he's in a good spot either, so. I can
No!
never get away.
No.
I'm definitely not in a good
Yeah.
spot
I mean, you could
right
still-
now.
You could totally still zip away. I was just surprised you zipped toward.
I
Big
didn't
Boss Man.
realize he was 20 feet off the ground. I'd forgotten that.
But
That's
realistically, you would stab him, he would turn around and look at you, and then kill you next turn, and you'd be away from us by yourself.
I could
Well-
run. I've got mobility. I'm good. The
All
point
right, so make a decision. What do you want to do?
is, I'm going to stab this dude in front of me. Then I'm going to like get up on a knee and then like thrust my rapier up into his rib cage.
Ow.
Hopefully.
That one made me shiver
So
a bit.
it's-
Oh,
Stab-
actually, I'll
like
go with this
stabbing him with
guy.
your dagger, you mean, and then go up and stab him with the rapier?
I'll actually go with this guy since I have an ally within 5 feet.
Sneak attack.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, that guy might be a little distracted with that echo that just took a swing at him.
yeah.
Yeah, he's
Don't
Kinda-
get advantage.
kind of looking the other way a little bit right now.
So does a 15 hit?
Yes.
Sweet, thank goodness. So that's 7 plus Roguish Smite, which he needs to make a con save or be blinded. DC
When did-
14.
When did you cast Roguish Smite?
That was right before I left the door. That was
You've
with
been
the
down
like.
since then. You didn't keep
That was
concentration
only
on that.
that was only like 2 rounds. It lasts for a full minute.
Yeah, but it's a concentration spell, isn't it? Or did I give you something different for that?
Never mind. Sneak attack damage.
Okay. All right, so 13 damage to him.
Yeah, and then I'll go ahead and zip line over this away to where I can kind of move into the woods some.
Okay. Yeah, so you're kind of like on the ground. You're able to stab him in the leg and kind of winces a bit, and then you like zip through like right in between two of those guys. You like just go real quick, and it happens so fast that they don't even have a chance to swing at you. Alrighty. Ronkin is going to... Oh, he's fucking pissed at this point. Basically gonna run out, jump through the flames. He's got the movement. 1, 2, 3. Yep, he's just gonna just like break through the window, all like Marv from Sin City style, and just like get ready to frickin' stab the shit out of this guy here, who he should get sneak attack because he's within 5 feet of this echo here. So he is going to
technically in 5 feet of Onward too, if it counts through a window.
Sort of. Well, in any case, he definitely will hit. In which case he does a D8 plus 3D6. So that's 14. Oh, sorry. No, I did that wrong. Sorry. 17 plus his modifier. So that's 21 damage. He gets in there and he stabs him right in the back. And that cultist is really feeling it at this point. Not down, but really fucking hurt. And that is Ronkin's turn. Poe. Come on, Poe. Can you... What's your intelligence? Come on, Poe. Nope, Poe's still out of it. Lopaw also out of it at this point. So that means Audra, you're up.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, first of all, did you take another hit during that Anwar? The priest is over your health bar, so I can't tell.
No, I'm doing okay right now.
Okay.
I'm almost at full.
All right, cool. Well, first she'll look back over her shoulder and tell Sorsha, Poe up next. He's the last one, and I'm gonna hop through that window. Am I gonna take some like fire damage for that? I'll take it.
I'd say the fire was kind of behind you, so you're okay.
Okay, I didn't know if there's okay, yeah. So I'm gonna hop outside, and I'm going to take an attack and War Priest bonus action, second attack at this priest in front of me.
Okay.
They are not fairy fire.
They've been stabbed in the leg with a rapier, and that's it so far. So they're taking a bit of a hit.
Oh, well, we got a crit.
Hey, look at that.
Alrighty.
First one's a miss, but second one's a crit.
Okay. So that is going to be 2d8 plus
First
4
comes in,
from
he
me.
ducks real quick, but then you're just so fast that you get a good,
Cool.
strong swipe in the second time.
For 9 damage.
All right,
Average
hey, that's
crit, I guess.
something. Yeah, you scrape him right across the chest. It doesn't go in too deep, but it definitely cuts through and
Cool.
leaves him gashed in a bit.
All right, that was action and bonus, so I'm done.
Okay. Anwar, what you got up your sleeve?
Wrist rockets.
Richard, would you do me a favor?
Yep.
Would you blow up the picture of the Illithid?
Will this do?
Yeah.
Is this the album cover?
What is this? That shimmering gold around his neck.
That is, yeah, I mean, I guess it'd be some kind of gold thing. It's metal, if that's what you're asking for.
It's funny that you asked if I'm asking for metal, because I am asking for if it is metal.
All right.
So Anwar kind of ducks around, and I think this is one of the windows here. Or I guess.
Yeah,
we'll go here.
yeah, either there or here. There's.
He sees the Lopaw is levitating towards him, and he sees this guy up there, and he is fuming right now. And he's going to use one of his new abilities, one that he, with his Fire Genasi heritage and his Artificer abilities, has combined. He's going to start concentrating, and his gauntlet is going to transform, so they can see the primordial tattoos begin to form underneath his skin, and like a burning sensation takes through, and then his arm is going to transform into almost like a satellite radio or like a gun, and he's going to fire that kinetic fire energy right towards that Illithid as he casts heat metal on that creature. It's a combination of artificery and Genasi blood.
I like the wording of satellite radio or a gun.
like the gamma guns.
Yeah, no, it was just a funny, that's not what I expected the follow-up to be.
All of that is unbelievably awesome, and it goes out to him, and as it's like all that kinetic energy is about to get there, just waves it away. He counter spells.
Could you have seen me? Did you see me do it?
I mean, if you can see him, he can see you, and he's also mentally aware of your position.
That's fair. All right.
He just waves it away, and all that, yeah, I just did the best. Yeah, finally I got to do that. And then it's just just the floor drops out of you. He looks down at you, kind of crooked and just mentally telepathically goes to you and just says, "Very clever. But you can't compete with an Illithid. You can't compete with the ancient knowledge."
Yeah, I'd like to action surge and fire a missile at him or something. I don't know. Fuck this guy.
Thought surge.
I felt so bad once he started doing that. I'm like, oh, he's gonna hate me for this.
I hate you for this.
I'm sorry. So that is that turn. Is there anything you do bonus action?
I don't think I can.
Okay.
Can I? Nope.
Okay.
I'll take a step back in here, I guess.
Richard, what's the
Okay.
bear aura do for us again?
Advantage. Well, it gave you the temp HP. That's just a one-time thing.
Right.
And while you're in the aura, you have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws, which may never come up,
Got
but
it.
it's just
Okay.
part of the thing you get.
Got it.
So, as Trax kind of looked over, and that happened, one of them is pretty pissed, gonna step forward and try to reach through the window and cast Inflict Wounds on him. Two of these dudes are going to cast Inflict Wounds on Audra. And this guy probably will as well, just so they can all gang up on one person. That's generally a strategy that works for them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So Trax. Let's see. Sorry, just give me a second here. Trax is going to get hit for. Sorry, just give me a second here. Trax is going to get hit for a total of 23 damage that goes through him, and he's already kind of like a frail old man, and you can see just all of the wrinkles in his skin start folding over and stuff. It looks like he ages a ton. Were it not for the bear, that would have brought him down. But thanks to that bear's aura, he's still standing, but he looks very weak. So that's him, and Audra. What's your AC again?
Oh boy, 19.
19. Let's look at their modifiers real quick. It looks like 2 will hit you.
Okay.
For a total of for a total of 40 damage, just as 2 of them are
40?
shocking with. I think I said 40.
Okay.
Going
Ow.
through you.
Well, I'm standing. Thanks to that
and
temp HP.
Yep.
I need to roll a
is-
con. Can you give me? I need that was 2 spells that hit me, right? So I need the individual numbers to roll the con check.
Ah, shit! I just deleted them. I guess it would. It's
Just-
roughly 20.
do you wanna do 20 and
They're-
20?
They're nearly the same. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and all right. Well, my cool aura's gone.
Okay. Alrighty, Sorsha is
not
going to
dead.
follow what you said, and she's already cast 2 healing spells. I think this is going to be her last. So rather than use her last spell, she is going to use her she's going to use her celestial power to grant 3 HP to Poe, just by touching him. It's not a spell, just a thing she has. Which heals him a little bit. He's looking better. Mind Flayer is going to a total of 20 feet. We'll just call it 15 here because he's also rising up in the air. But Lopaw is getting really close, and you can see his tentacles start to open it up like he's about to, like, ooh, lunch. Chimera.
All right. Bonus action swapsies with my Echo.
Okay.
So we're doing that. I'm going to use my whirlwind shield, and I'm going to yeet it at the fairy-fired mind flayer. And hope for the best.
You're going to do what? Oh, throw your shield.
Yeah.
And he has already used his reaction, so he can't do anything about it yet. So you can just go ahead and throw that.
Bonk him.
Okay. Cool. 34. Okay, so that
That's
hits
definitely a hit.
him for a 2d6. Oh, God, I wish I had a 10 key. This is crap. That was also crap. And I want it to ricochet back and hit Old Boy. And then Oric is still charmed.
I'll allow that. Oric is still looking like he's ready to smash some people.
Okay, and then him is
Okay.
what we'll go for.
All right.
Ooh.
Oof. Yeah. Get that guy right in, like, and probably to start going towards Orgy, hit him like right in the side of the neck.
Okay, so that's his damage.
Not bad.
And then it ricochets towards Oric. Wait, I don't want to kill him. Well, Here we go
Oh, shit.
anyway.
I'll go
There's
prepare
a-
the tombstone.
There's a
It
lot
just-
going on. I'm not paying
here's
attention to it.
You like decapitate him instead of bonking him with it? Is that what just happened?
here's what I'll give you. Because you nat 20'd and you're purposefully trying to just knock him a little bit, I'll allow it to be half damage instead of half dice instead of double the dice.
Okay, so
You can do
1d6
1d6.
total? Yeah.
Yeah, because it hits like right where you wanted it to. Just like the minimum, like hits him right in the powerful chest. All right, hits him for 2, and he
Okay.
definitely like kind of takes a like, huh? Actually, maybe in the chest instead of just you can kind of like bonk him on the head a little bit. And you're like, well, it flies
And
back to you.
then, oh boy, here he's in front of the window.
Who in front of the window?
This guy here.
No,
that
the
a window?
window's
I'm in the
right
window.
here.
Or in front of
Oh,
it.
gotcha,
Yeah.
Not
gotcha.
in front of it.
Fuck.
I think
Well, that took
Oryx
care
in
of
front of
that.
the door.
In that case, I would still like to maybe.
You could open the door. Oh, I guess the Echo probably
Not open
couldn't.
it yet. Well, I was gonna make her attack him if that didn't work out. But we will call it there. Actually, we'll save all the fun stuff.
Okay. Alrighty, not bad. Oryx gets to make a saving throw. Oh, that's cocked. Right between an 8 and a 20. Kind of like shakes it off and still looks pretty enraged.
Mm.
Am I allowed to retcon and say now my Echo opens the door and then stabs him?
Yeah.
Tight! I will do that.
Because technically you're supposed to make that right as you do it, so. Alright, you open the door. Ooh, another one! 2 nat 20s against an ally. So
this
once
is the
again, you
solution. We
can
just-
poke him in like the exact way to do 1 damage and still get him to roll.
Okay.
So Sid, the answer to your dice problem is just attack us.
Is Oryx an ex of Chimera's or something? Like, does she have to share something?
It looks like there's some hidden things to get out there. So that is a nat 18. He snaps out of it. So like, where do you poke him when you want to do like just that 1 damage to?
It's like right in the fucking shoulder. It's just like a long sword, just eh.
It's just like, it just like pinches the right nerve and he kind of snaps out of it like.
And then I
Oh
would very
shit!
much
That's
like
cultists.
for Echo Chimera to be like turn around,
Yeah.
go back outside.
So he is going to look over to this guy because he can kind of flank with Audra a little bit. He's like, oh shit, and he's gonna start swinging some axes at this dude.
Oh, it's his turn. Yeah.
It's his
Yeah,
turn,
great timing on that.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Just to roll this twice. Okay. One of those is a hit, and so it's only going to do a D8 because he's dual wield, not going to get the D10, but that's okay. Still, that is going to be. Let's see. Okay, so he can do a lot. Okay, interesting. Okay, so that is max damage of 12, and now this guy's his favorite foe for afterwards.
Nice.
So minus 12 damage. Yeah, gets a good hit in the back of the shoulder as this guy's looking at Audra. He was not expecting to have to defend against Auric. All right, so that's him. Trax at this point. Can we get a little more flame going? This is
Yeah,
definitely
get it.
should be spreading at this point. Trax is not looking good after that. He is going to revert into a wolf form and try to hang back a bit, and will slip away. So he's gonna hang back for a while, and he's gonna run around to Sorsha. So that's Trax. Hunter, what do you want to do? You're kind of hidden back there right now.
I want to curl up and die. I don't know, man. Okay.
Is the Mind Flayer still fairy fired?
He sure is. Yep.
Is that something that can fade away in the near future?
It's like a minute, right?
Yeah, it's like a minute. Yeah.
So yeah, we
So
got time.
you guys are good for a while. You still got some rounds to go.
That's concentration as long as Anwar doesn't get fucked up, right?
As long
not
as Trax doesn't get fucked up. Oh, actually, Trax did get
Trax.
fucked up. Shit, I need to
Oh, I didn't realize Fairy Fire was gone.
I need to roll for Trax. I'm sorry, guys. That is a. He doesn't have anything that gives him any bonuses from anybody, does he?
Not for a con save.
That was a nat 1. Unfortunately, when he got zapped by that inflict wounds, he lost concentration on the.
All
Fairy
right.
Fire.
Yay! Sorry, not yay, but in like in retcon terms, like my first hit on the Flayer was good, so it would.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
I'll go ahead and we gotta clear the doorway at this point, I think. So, I'm going to post up against a tree.
Yeah, there's lots of baddies
Trunk.
surrounding Audra right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna lean up against a tree trunk. Bonus action aim.
Okay.
And,
all 4 of these guys have been hurt to some degree at this point.
Tight. Well, I'm gonna hurt him some more.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna release one of these guys at
Ooh,
this guy.
nice. Nat 20.
Very nice.
So we'll deal that plus that. So 16.
You get to double your sneak attack too.
Nice. 16,
Very nice.
25. Oh, so 25 damage to that dude. And I will...
This guy here.
Paralyze.
All right, you shoot him right in the back, and he limps forward. He's barely standing at this point. He's Audra. You can hear that he's like coughing up blood, gasping for breath at this point.
All right.
And could I use my movement to start climbing up the tree?
Yeah, just half movement.
You aimed, didn't you?
Can
Yeah,
you just
oh,
give me
fuck.
a
Yeah, you're
thing-
right. You're right. Never mind.
Oh yeah. Sorry. So that was a total of 23 that he's taken out. Yeah, he's really
25.
25. Okay. Yeah, he's really looking bad at this point.
Good.
Really, really bad. All right. Ronkin is up. He's going
Come on,
to.
Uncle.
He's gonna try to. He's like, all right, Audra, now we're in it, and he's gonna try to stab in again with that rapier. All right, so that will hit.
Come on, Uncle.
Can he do anything else other than the secret attack? Oh, yeah, he's got the rapier, and he's gonna pull around with the dagger. See if he can get a second hit in. Well, that is not gonna hit. So just the rapier. But still, he gets that sneak attack. So we're talking a D8 plus 3 D6s.
Beautiful.
Let's see, that D8's not looking too good, but the D6. Okay, so that's 9, 11, 15. 15 damage to this guy, which is enough to kill him. So yeah, this guy is kind of surrounded. He's got Kamir, he's got Audra, he's got Ronkin, and this guy just like Ronkin just gets right in, stabs him right through the neck, and then back out as blood just kind of gushes out. And you now have your first downed.
All right.
First downed cultist priest.
Comeback starts now.
Yeah. Poe, can you ever finally fucking get up?
She healed him finally, right?
He's
He's
healed,
healed,
but he's still stunned.
Oh, I thought he went, but didn't he go down? Oh, but it persists. My bad. Sorry.
Yep. He is still stunned. Poe's pretty worthless. When it
This
comes
stupid
to
bird
it.
hanging out on the ground for the whole fight.
Yeah. Speaking of, Lopa is also pretty useless. I guess he's super awesome, strong, buff dude, but he's going up against his weakest stat, and no match for this Mind Flayer. And he is still stunned as well. Audra, what do you want to do?
All right. So, these three around me, how are they all looking? I know one is like just coughing up blood. What about the other two?
Yeah, this dude's coughing up blood. This guy's down. This guy's pretty hurt. He's gotten hit a number of times.
Okay.
This guy's only gotten hit in the back once.
Okay. And they're up after Anwar, it looks like. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. It's not.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. You know what? She's just gonna go for it. Because their inflict wounds are powerful enough anyway that healing might just be a waste if they do it again to me next round.
Mhm.
So we're gonna do an attack and a war priest attack. I'm going to what do you call it? What's the cleric move? My plus 10 thing. Channel Divinity.
Oh, Channel Divinity. Okay.
The one in front of me. So turn that into at least one guaranteed hit, and then I'll roll the bonus attack.
You don't have to declare
Not-
beforehand. You
Yeah,
can
you don't have to
do it
declare it
after.
before, and it doesn't mean it's a guaranteed hit. You could roll a 2 plus 10 is not going to help. So
Good point. All right. Well, 2 attacks. We got a 20 and an 18. I guess are
Both
those
hit.
good anyway? Okay. Well.
those are good anyway. Yeah.
Okay. I'll take it. I do this much damage to the one in front of me. That's good damage. Woohoo.
Yeah. Describe how you kill this one.
Beautiful. Does it take both to take him down? That would be 12
Yes.
and okay, that's fine.
Yep.
So I see the one standing in front of me, and like, so she thinks for a moment about healing herself, and then like kind of looks at where they wounded her before, and just kind of looks at it and back up at him, and just thinks like, let's give you a wound instead. And so yeah, she's just gonna slash once this way, and then bring it back across that way. Just like right across under the neck, kind of across the chest, just nothing fancy. Just very, very utilitarian. Let's just bring this guy down.
Alrighty. You do that, and he is dead.
Yep.
Um.
And that was action bonus action, so that is me.
All right. Aghanazar, if you were to look out a window, there's still 2 guys left, and there's that guy floating up there with one of the big 3 getting ever closer to his salivating tentacles.
When he was hit before, did he have to make a concentration check or anything like that?
The Mind Flayer?
Yeah, he's levitating someone, right? Or is he just good with that?
That's a good point. Let me see. Yeah, he's good.
Okay. All right. Anwar is going to burst out the flaming window, jump through, kind of Captain America style.
Mhm.
I hesitate to say like a line before I do these things because it. But he's going to charge up his lightning launcher and say, "Counter this," and he's going to fire 2 at him.
All right.
And then he does counter it.
Then he does.
This is technically an attack, not a say. Or this is an attack, not a spell, correct?
It's a spell, or not a spell, but a class attack.
Right. Okay, so it cannot be counterspelled.
But does it matter?
The first one hits.
Yep, that first one hit, and he's just like, alrighty, and then just it goes through and like doesn't kind of work the way he thought that it would, and
I will
that's
counter
for-
that. Oh no, I won't. Fuck.
Can
and
I
that,
get the war cleric? Is that he can't give it to other people yet?
he cannot give
Oh.
it to other people. No.
Okay. Then the second one misses, but the first one gets an extra d6
Okay, go ahead and roll that.
for a beautiful max.
That is beautiful. The rolls are finally starting to go your way because he just lost concentration on not levitate on himself, but levitate on Lopa. So Lopa is going to fall at this point like 15 feet from the ground, land down on the ground. He's going to take a d6, but still, that's way better than the alternative. That was cocked. Max 6 damage. Okay, so he kind of lands, thuds on his side, but...
So, as a bonus action, Anwar is going to, you know, that pose that the Flash does in the Justice League movie, where he kind of like leans down and his armor kind of transforms. So something similar is going to happen to Anwar, where he like leans forward and his armor like kind of grows and extends, and it kind of turns, and there's a lot of steam kind of erupting from his armor. And he is going to enter speed mode or expeditious retreat, and he is going to use that to run over to the side of Lopa and stand guard.
Is that a bonus action spell?
It is a bonus action spell.
Nice.
He can use dash as a bonus action. And he's going to run and stand right between the Mind Flayer and Lopa, staring him down.
I'll just
I guess the sword's just been chilling here for a while.
Yeah, you can just move it. I know where it is.
Okay.
Because it's a bonus action to do more stuff with it, and obviously.
All right, so you just kind of get in the way. When you do that, the Mind Flayer looks down at you and telepathically says, "I must admit, you're not the little timid boy you once were. You're gonna actually get to die a man."
That's right. I'm a big boy now, and you can't have my friend.
Maybe I'll enjoy tasting your brain the most.
Okay, that sounds kind of bad. I don't like that. Never mind. I'm gonna go back.
Alrighty. These guys. There's only 2 of them left. What are they gonna do? Audra just chopped one down. They've got these. Let's see. Do they have? Yeah, they're still just gonna inflict wounds. That's their best option, really. All right, so 2 of them are going to go against Audra to see if they can finish her off.
Again?
They just took that. Yeah, I mean she's looking really bad, and you just like totally killed one of their guys, so I think they're gonna go for that. One of them is gonna see if they can finish you off before the other one tries to go for Auric.
I mean, that was the move, was to try to take one with me, so I can't be upset.
Yeah. All right. That first one's a 17 plus, so that's gonna hit you.
All right. I have 5 HP, so you might not need to roll.
Yeah. That's just Audra's down at this point. Yep. Just grabs a hold of you, and just you're taken by so much negative energy that you fall down. Whereas the other one who got hit in the shoulder by Orc is going to spin around and try to grab at him. Let's see here. Going to try to grab at Auric, but Auric's like, yeah, no, and like uses one of his hand axes to block the hand. And that's them. That's all they can do on this turn. Sorsha. Oh, right. Sorsha is not a...
I would like to use an ultimate potion of all healing on Audra. It's me, Sorsha.
Sorsha's just like, I don't know what to do. What should I do? And Trax is in dog form. Is just like, oh!
She's between a dog and an unconscious bird. Like,
yeah, she's just like, I was not prepared for this. She's gonna hide under the table.
Poor girl.
She's like, this isn't working out. She's gonna hide under the table and go full,
you know what?
Full nuclear bomb.
She was real helpful early on. We can't be upset.
Yeah.
She played her part.
Hey, Anwar.
What's up?
Good boy.
Hold on real quick, I have to look up a spell.
Oh, great. That's good.
Meteor Storm.
Stab him?
Rolls have also gone in your favor about the recharge on that Mind Blast, by the way.
Thank you. Forgot about that.
Yeah. Could somebody draw me a 20-foot cube that surrounds both these two guys as black tentacles start coming from out of the ground?
Avard's black tentacles.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Which two guys?
These two up here, Lopa and Aganazar.
How high is Lopa in the air?
Lopa dropped.
Oh,
He
sorry.
dropped, and then Anwar went right in front. Nice. You were quickly like, oh shit. Unfortunately, Lopa not so lucky because he's just getting restrained and crushed by these tentacles. He is going to take.
I like to think that Anwar, his suit, like, expelling steam helps him move faster. So he's, like, dodging all the tentacles, like, you'll have to try harder than that. And he looks back and sees his friend. It's like, oh,
He's
no.
just like, yeah, it takes like a whole bunch of tentacles to wrap around this huge dude, and it seems like he can take it too. He's not a puny guy getting crushed. Like, he is getting tightened, but he's not at risk of death right now. He's hurt 10, which is not that much for him. But you do see him totally restrained by these black tentacles that are now coming up all over the place. It is difficult terrain for you, but you are currently not having to deal with that. Alrighty, that is... He's also... yeah, I guess he's comfortable just staying right over you right now. Chimera.
I was muted, I'm sorry. I was drawing tentacles.
As you do.
You know. Okay. Can I? 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna... I see that Anwar's mostly fine, right? It's just suddenly there's fucking tentacles.
Yeah, Anwar currently is... Well, it's fucking scary. He's got tentacles below him coming out. He's got a mind flayer right above him. So...
Yes, basically, he's fine. He's doing great.
He's fine, you know.
He's just
great
he's just
shit.
1v1ing the boss right now. No big
But
deal.
I can run forward and hurl a hand axe at him, though. So...
You can do that.
So we'll do that, and then I think in that moment too... Oh wow, that thing's still alive. Okay. Yep.
Oh, yeah, Sister Blade's totally gone now because you're down.
Yeah, I mean, keep it on the map, just, you know, so
yeah.
you don't have to rip back, but it is gone.
25, that is a great hit. You fucking chuck a hand axe up to the mind flayer.
For a whopping
For 7
7
damage, not
points.
bad. Yeah, you go and, like, clips his shoulder a bit.
I have nothing for ranged. Oh my god.
He gives an evil glare looking at you at this point.
I do my best to look strong, but on the inside I am cry. I would like to move the echo to here.
Okay.
And she's gonna make an attack, and I guess because I yoinked out a hand axe, I probably have to have her attack with that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That should still be enough. That guy's barely hanging on. And that does hit. So you can probably finish him off, I'm guessing.
6 plus...
That's
Wow.
still enough. Minimum damage is
Wow.
still enough to just right in the
Magical.
back of his head.
Okay, and I
He
would
drops.
like... I got nothing else I can do there.
That's pretty good. You were able to hit the mind flayer and down to cultist. That's a pretty good turn.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Warwick, after blocking a blow of this guy trying to inflict wounds on him, he's going to try to take 2 more attacks. at this dude. Hits both times. For a total that's a D8 plus a D6. Plus that's a favored foe of his now, so that's another D6. Alright.
I like to think of like favorite foe. It's like, you, what's your name? Gary? Gary, you're my favorite foe now.
I forgot favorite foe for him is... Oh, it's actually better. He rolled D4, got a 4. Okay, so that's 13 plus... I think he's got the 2 weapons, so he gets the... 21! He's able to hack through 2 times, and this guy is, like, down to a knee nearly. He's nearly out of it. That is them. Prax. Trax will go under and hide under the table with Sorsha.
Get out of the burning building.
Yeah, he's basically gonna like nudge her and be like, "Ow, ow."
Yeah.
And then he's probably gonna do that. He'll probably like nudge and then he'll kind of like jump up, get the door handle, and start heading out this way. Hunter, where's Hunter at? Oh, he's still hiding over here.
Yeah.
What you
I
gonna
don't
do,
think
Hunter?
I've moved since then. Mostly cry, but through those tears, I will aim my bow and fire. Oops. Nope. Oh, come on. You know how to...
Who are you firing at? At the
Big boy.
baddie.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah, bonus action aim. Because, dear lord, I need a hit right now. Maybe I should switch to a longbow. I should buy a longbow. Am I proficient with longbow?
Well, we can figure that out
Might not
later.
be.
For right now,
So 20 hits?
20 is going to swing by, and because you're far enough away, it takes a while to get to him, and he's got enough time to react. He is going to cast shield and knock it away.
Motherfucker.
But he's used his reaction, which could open up to other
I'll
things.
use your reaction.
Ryan, this is it. Burn him.
That arrow was heading like straight for his face. He's like, "Oh hell nah!" And then like cast shield to keep it from hitting him, because that was going to be sneak attack and everything, and he didn't want that.
He weeps and misses. He
Technically-
marks a bolt, an arrow used.
Technically, I think if he's 20 feet up, it wouldn't be sneak attack, since Anwar would need to be within 5 feet just to be
No,
that
but
guy.
he did the bonus action.
Oh,
aim,
okay. Okay.
which gives him.
My bad.
Anytime you have advantage, you have sneak attack.
Right.
All right. Ronkin now. Ronkin is going to step forward, and as a I don't know if he has any healing, but he's definitely got a health potion at the very least.
Yeah, there's no native healing for furbogs, if that's what you were.
No, and also as an arcane trickster, you don't really get any healing spells. But he does have a potion of greater healing, so that will be
Plus.
2d4 plus 2d4 plus 2, I think.
Yeah, you should roll it. Since it's
So that is 7 HP that he
Alright.
just like he's like, "No, I'm not losing you too," and he pours a potion down your throat and you get healed 7.
Thank you,
Poe.
Uncle.
Let's see how Poe's doing.
Olena wants into the action apparently.
Poe is still out.
Richard, look, Trax is in your room.
Yeah. And Lopaw. Come on, Lopaw. Nope. That is not in the cards for him. He's not a smart person.
You strong idiot. Come on.
I know, right? He's like built up to be this huge guy. He's like, he can't do shit.
Oh, man.
I think that numbers will eventually favor him.
Eventually. Okay. So that's Poe, that's Lopa. Audra, you're up.
All right.
You get healed as you're kind of like,
Yeah.
getting this potion down your throat. You look up, and there's still one of those guys who's currently engaged with Auric, and you could get a +1 to attack him right now if you wanted to.
Yeah. So I grab like onto my uncle's arm to like get myself up, and then I turn, and yeah, I'm going to use an attack on this fool. It is a +1.
Yep.
Okay. How about a crit?
Yeah, he was down to 2 HP anyway, but describe how you kill him.
Okay, so Oryx like engaged with him, right?
Yep.
And then out of nowhere, as Oryx fighting, suddenly he just sees the two halves of the priest just do the like split apart thing and fall.
Ooh.
As Otter just like pulls the blade just like all the way up.
He's
And
he
Oryx
is out, and you have officially taken out all of the cultists at this point.
And Oryx is, I'm sure, covered in every gut.
Yeah, just yeah. Alrighty.
And that
any
was
bonus
just an
actions?
yes. Sister Blade's back, and it's gonna attack Squidman.
All right.
Because Spiritual Weapon is a bonus action spell, which seems OP because it's bonus action and not concentration, but
Yep.
that's the way it is.
So you have that. His shield is still up on this round though, so his HP or his AC is higher.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens. It's probably higher than 21.
21 hits.
Ah, really? Okay.
20 does not, but 21 does hit. So he's looking down at all these people, and then kind of like out of nowhere, the Sister Blade comes back and strikes him, and his shield was not focused
For
on
max
that part.
damage.
For max damage. Very nice.
What a comeback round.
This is a very good comeback round.
I would imagine
Oof.
it just like flies over and just like spears right into his side
Yeah,
as he's
just
in the
spears
air.
right through his shoulder. Yeah, he's freaking livid at this point. Alrighty. How are you going to take advantage of this? Right now, things are still looking really icky, but they're starting to look in your favor. What do you want to do, Anwar?
So I like to imagine that this Illithid, this Mind Flayer, that you said he was the teacher of Anwar, and like he's the one who summoned the clouds and the thunderstorm and everything, and went through that whole process. So he's always had a mind, in everyone's business, except for right now, where he's quite distracted. So as he's looking around, getting shot with arrows, getting blocking arrows, like, hand axes, things like that, he's going to look down at Anwar, who has dropped Expeditious Retreat. So his suit transforms back to normal, but his arm is revealed once again. And he is feeling the pulsing primordial power of heat metal. He's like, hey, teacher, you forgot something.
Yeah, he's going to look. He's like, no.
And,
Alrighty. Is there a
his
save for that or what? Or is that just a thing that happens because he's...
If he can take off the necklace, I guess. Well, that's nice.
So I'll go ahead and post this. But as far as I remember, he takes the damage. So whatever metal...
he takes it
Yep.
unless he can take it off.
Yep.
You cause it until the spell ends. You can use a bonus action on each of your subsequent turns to cause this damage again.
My favorite.
If the creature is holding or wearing an object and takes damage from it, the creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the object if it can. If it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of its next turn.
Okay. Amazingly, through all of that, them getting that nasty poke and everything else, the tentacles are still up and he's still floating up in the air. But still, he's starting to take some damage.
Nice.
Not that anybody could see, and I don't know how many people care, but Sorsha is going to grab Poe and start to use all of her strength to start dragging him as the flames are growing in this place more and more. She is going to grab Poe and start dragging him out of the building.
Cool.
Um,
Richard, as Ryan pointed out, it is an additional 3 damage from the sword. It is my charisma mod as well. I forgot, or not my charisma, my wisdom mod
Okay.
as well.
all right. So Mind Flayer's turn. Things are looking really bad for him now. He's like in consistent pain now as this is burning up. He can see that all of his minions are dead and all of you guys are still there. And he knows it's only a matter of time before Lopa can snap out of this. I'm going to roll a d6 that will determine,
Oh no. Oh no.
because I need to roll what do you call it, his recharge.
Mm-hmm.
Can he turn the tide back,
Oh, this could go so
or
bad so quickly.
can he not? He is going to shout out to all of you mentally. It appears I underestimated you. Well done. You've been trained well. But make no mistake, I learn quickly. And I will not make the same mistake again. And he is going to vanish away. And we are officially out of combat.
So I can't like peg him with a final arrow or anything?
Nope, he's gone. And all the tentacles dissipate. The fire is still raging, and Ronkin and Oric are like, "Oh shit, we're gonna fucking."
Oh boy.
Oric's gonna look over you and be like, "Fireman, can you run inside and make sure everyone's out?" He's gonna back the fuck up. He's actually gonna grab some of these guys too. He's like dragging them out. He wants to. Ronkin too is gonna be like, "I'm fucking looting this guy. Are you kidding me? I'm like, let's grab
I would
some of these guys."
actually- I want to do something with those two. But seeing him disappear, Audra will also instinctively hop inside to look. And I guess, should we do a roll, or I guess would we just see the back door open?
You would see the back door is open, and you would also see that the table that is housing the octopus thing is the table has started to catch fire, and so if you want to do anything about reclaiming that, you might have to do something. And the bear itself, I think, goes away.
Yeah.
I think Hunter, sorry for this angle, Hunter will kind of tap into that, like, meditative part of his brain and just start yelling, like, whatever it takes, whatever you need, put this fire out. We need to survive. And he's going to physically, I guess, thaumaturgy can't do shit.
Nah, I can't really put out fires.
I guess he'll close doors on the inside that are where some of the fire is. I don't know. He's just gonna start slapping out fires.
Who are all the people who are running through the fire at this point?
I think just Audra and
It
Anwar.
makes sense.
We're gonna
It makes
grab.
sense for Hunter too.
We're gonna
Okay, I'm
grab
gonna-
the thing and try to get it out.
Oh shit! I only have 8 hit points.
Yeah, I got 7.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're going in there, there's probably gonna be some fire damage you're gonna take.
All
while
right.
you're
Well, I
going
mean,
through there.
we're out of combat. I can heal. Like,
Okay.
I could have like cure wounds to
Coulda
myself
healed your,
before I
like,
went
yeah,
in.
could
You
have
know?
healed yourself and then went in.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'll roll that real quick.
Okay. So you do all of that. You guys are able to get the octopus thing out of there. Unfortunately, not much else in the house at this point is really salvageable. There is a map on the table, but you've all had a number of maps before.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all right. So yeah, you're able to heal enough, and you get through there. You get that out. Hunter, what exactly were you trying to do?
I guess mostly just like physically put out flames, but then kind of like
Yeah, this whole cabin's going up at this point. It's
I was also
The whole thing, you say?
reaching out to those beings I've spoken to and trying to plead with them to, like, if you put out the fires, I'll work with you. Just like I owe you. Just something. Give me something here.
roll a d100. I'm curious what the dice will say.
If I were like a higher level cleric, I could do that actual prayer thing.
It seems like your prayers or thoughts or whatever are not answered.
Yep,
It
typical.
just starts going up in flames.
All right, well, Anwar, I get the thing out at least.
Yeah, we just run in. Everything's on fire. It's like, help me get this thing out. Let's go.
All right, you guys get that out.
I was gonna say, actually, Anwar, with Audra having to like double carry whatever, she can probably just whoop, just scoop it up and then just like go.
Yep.
You can like you're like holding onto a tentacle. She's like
Anwar, since you're in there, if you'd like to make a I wanted to call it a spot check. If you want to do a perception or investigation, if you wanted to see if there's anything else that was worth taking, you can.
Sure. There are my rolls.
Some
Where have
pretty
you
good
been
rolls.
this entire...
Yeah, you find a bag full of potions just laying like next to the table. You also see that there is a map of the general area with some markings on it. But the thing that looks most valuable to you is that bag full of potions. There also seem to be a number of kind of sentimental knickknacks that are around because this was Trax's place, but none of that is like anything more than sentimental value to him, probably.
I will grab, seeming that Audra has enough strength to carry this thing on her own. He's just gonna let it go and pick up the bag of potions, and if there's like a picture or something, he'll grab that.
Okay, yeah, there's like a painting up on the wall, so you can grab that real quick. It's a painting of like this, just like a Goliath woman, kind of middle-aged.
Yeah,
who's
I'll grab
like
that.
surrounded by flowers.
Oh, Mrs. Trax. Richard, when we get out
There can always be more maps.
Yeah. Richard, when we get out there, you said these were priests, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to, having spent my whole life in STEM Garden, maybe having some level of familiarity, I would like to examine the corpses and try to determine if perhaps one of these was Thalamus, the priest that, did the stuff with my sister and all that.
All right, go ahead and make an investigation roll.
Okay. What was that?
I'm just saying make an investigation roll.
Oh, yeah. 7 ain't too great.
They don't have name tags.
Yeah.
There's no real identification.
Hi, my name
of
is
them at all.
Thalamus.
I steal their shoes. I steal their shoes.
Well, I mean, do we find
They
any...
got some nice boots.
Oric and Ronkin were looting. Did we get anything interesting off of them at least? Or
Yeah. There is some loot on them for sure. No coin, but let's see if I can pull it up. They each have some very vicious-looking daggers that look magical in some way, and they're all wearing scale mail. And I guess they would each have, I guess in place of a holy symbol, it's kind of like the holy symbol is their, like, the thing on their chest, but it's not exactly a holy symbol as much as it is like a
Amulet.
aberrant symbol.
okay. Scale mail is heavy armor or medium?
I think it's medium, but it has disadvantage on
Stealth, right?
yeah.
I already have that anyway.
If you want, I can add that to the bag of holding.
Yeah, I just want to see. I can use heavy armor anyway. I don't know why I needed to ask that. It's not as good as what I have, so I will not take it for myself. I would like to pocket one of those daggers, though.
And for what it's worth, when you saw how damaged this Mind Flayer looked earlier, he looked like he was about half strength when he bamfed out of there.
Okay.
I almost thought if he was going to fly away, I could keep using the heat metal and like slowly pick him off. But I think if he's on a different plane, there's nothing I can do about that.
Nah, nothing you can do about that one.
It never like made sense within the battle, but I really wanted, as he's fighting all, for just big Audra to just come up over the horizon and just like slap him in the air.
Oh, I thought you might have done that because Big Audra, I think, would have been tall enough to reach him. Yeah.
Big Audra is 16 feet tall.
Yeah, that plus arm and sword. I think he would have been able to reach him when he's 20 feet up. So.
Yeah, so it's not a...
I was anticipating that possibility.
Yeah, it just wasn't... Well, I was thinking that, or like if he was slowly drawing the other guy to him, the giant, like Audra, because levitation spell, she could just like grab him and prevent him from getting closer, you know? Yeah, Richard, you said they all have like magic kind of dagger things, right? The 4 priests?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to have, like, kind of grab one of those and just... Anwar, you ought to take a look at this. It seems... not like the common kind of dagger.
I'll do an arcana on it.
Yeah, you definitely get the sense that these daggers are meant to inflict extra pain.
Dibs.
They seem especially vicious, and you see a number of symbols on them that look a little familiar to you with the like the Aberrant tech that you've worked with before.
Dibs.
And you have a feeling that the extra damage may be of the mind, of psychic damage.
Dibs.
We got 4 of them, Andrew.
Dibs.
There's 4. Relax.
Dibs. All right, cool. Dibs.
Yeah, I'll relay that.
Eventually, Lopa is gonna finally come to and just kind of roll over. He's sore. He's been on fire. He's been dropped. He's had tentacles crushing out all sorts of stuff. Plus, his head is pounding. What happened?
Got fucked up by a bunch of squids is what happened.
An awful lot is what happened.
He's just going to let out the biggest scream that he missed the entire battle. He's so fucking pissed. Auric is going to check in with Chimera because they've talked before. So he'll be like, "Hey, you all right?"
That was a lot.
Was I lost myself for a little. I didn't hurt anybody, did I?
You might want to maybe very gently apologize to Hunter, the tiefling.
Oh.
I don't think he was conscious for it, but I know his body is certainly feeling it now.
Oh, okay. Maybe I can heal him a bit or something. I can do a little bit of that. You notice, like, as he's coming towards you, it's like, man, he smells good. He smells really damn good.
How do you always smell so good?
It's a Fae thing. Go over
Fae?
sometime, I guess. Yeah, that's how I do that's how I did that kind of teleport thing. I was wandering through the forest one day and came upon a Fae creature, and well, one thing led to another. Anyway, I've got like this blessing now, and so I've just kind of had some help living out in the wilderness.
Respectfully, you have no idea how many times I've spoke about this with Freya.
Oh.
And now I know. So.
Oh yeah. Yep. That's me.
Can you confirm whether or not you are a murderer, sir? Because that was her running theory.
Of squids. Murder squids.
All I need to know.
I don't murder anybody else.
Not yet.
So, do I get the seal of approval?
Maybe. We'll see how it goes.
Alright, fair enough. I like to earn my reputation. And he's gonna go over to Hunter and be like, hey, I'm really sorry if I hurt you. You might not have been conscious for it, apparently. I wasn't conscious. A lot apparently happened while we weren't fully conscious. But
Last thing I remember, I said, I'll buy us about 30 seconds, and then I stormed out the door. And then something happened, and then I got dropped. How long was that fight?
I don't know, because I lost some time. But, he's just, like, looking at you. You're still kind of, like, definitely have some big scarring, because you had, like, a big battle axe and a hand axe go into you.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you can still, like, see,
He's
like
looking at
still
it, he's
see
like,
something
yeah,
else.
those are mine.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
like-
just like, I know who did that.
I'm looking at pieces of armor that I need to sew together later. It's like-
Yeah, gosh, here, let me, is it alright if I touch you? Are you alright with that?
Yeah, man.
Alright,
I think we're a little
It's just
past
kinda-
that, but yeah.
okay, just making sure. Consent and all. He just puts his hand on, and he is going to cast Cure Wounds on you at 2nd level. He's got 1 second level left after that Misty Step. He's gonna be like, and you want some good berries?
Dude, I'll take any meal that ain't just bacon, fat, and biscuit.
Alrighty, here you go. He's gonna give you some good berries. Each of them, I think, heal you 1 HP.
I think I can technically only eat one without being overstuffed.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, you eat one
know.
berry and you're at least satiated. And you are going to be healed. That was 6. Ooh, he really healed you. He's puts 2 hands on both of your wounds, and he's going to heal you. That is. He heals you for 17 HP.
Oh,
Nice.
You
life
feel
flows back
good.
into him.
Just
He
gotta
has like
rub
a
through
little, just some bruising, and he's good.
Yeah, I imagine he just kind of like feels you up a bit, and there's like this kind of mossy, it just kind of like fills in all of your wounds, and there's kind of like scabs over a bit. You just got like these mossy scabs going on, but at least you feel a lot better.
Yeah, Hunter like kind of stumbles back and sits down on either a log or whatever's near him, and just kind of like pulls out his water skin and takes a sip and just kind of like
Ronkin is going to go over to Audra and be like,
Yep, I was
Hey.
gonna go over to him.
Okay. Yeah, he kind of goes over and like I guess both of you are going over to the same time. He's like, I gotta be honest, I didn't think we were gonna survive that.
She'll reach out. They'll do like they do like a Furbog / Spartan handshake kind of deal, you know?
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that one for definitely, and just really appreciate you helping me up there, Uncle.
For what it's worth, your dad would have been real proud of you today. I wish he could have seen how you fought.
I wanted to ask, how is he doing?
Dead.
Right. I wanted to ask how Mom was doing. Whoops.
Okay.
That reminds me. I wanted to.
That was ruthless. Dead.
Still dead.
I
He has not been resurrected.
I forgot which one was
oh, they're
dead.
related. They are related.
You're
Yes, and how is Mom doing with everything?
she's safe. That's what matters right now. One day at a time.
Good. Is she on the Valentine farm? Where is she now?
No, she's at a different farm. That I guess I can tell you. He'll kind of whisper to you what it is, and the
She's on
DM
a
will come
farm
up
up
for that
north.
for you later.
Okay, that's fine.
Anything else that you wanted to go over with him?
Hey,
He's
Richard,
definitely gonna take one of those 4 daggers for sure.
Yeah. Richard, let's call it Epic Level 20 Loot Farm, and let's go there next episode. Oh, she's on the Luck Dagger plantation. Like, just Luck Daggers everywhere. Just take one. No, I think that was the main thing she was just gonna ask, just that, and oh, okay, that, and also and listen, if we could have a word maybe away from everyone in a little bit, I have something else to discuss.
All right. Anwar and Chimera, we had a little bit of a thing with you, but if Anwar or Chimera, if you have anything else.
I wanted to go around back to check on Poe and
Okay.
Drax.
All right. Before we get to that, Chimera, is there anything else that you wanted to do?
Watching the house burn. Just
Just
in a
elbow.
very,
Woo.
just yeah, like
Get a
just like a
marshmallow.
quiet state of like contemplation. Just like we almost fucking died today, and this time it wasn't by a tree; it was by the actual threat.
Hunter, is there anything else you wanted to do after you're kind of getting healed by Oric?
I think he's mostly kind of. I think he's gonna need a minute to kind of figure out what's been going on and kind of process things.
Okay. Anwar, when you head around back, you are going to see the dog, and Sorsha is going to start coming back. And Poe is just kind of holding his head. He's gonna say, Anwar, we have to get out of here. This place is compromised.
Yeah,
Is there
I got that
anywhere
feeling
else
too.
we can go?
Possibly. We can talk about it. How are you feeling?
Oh, my head's bloody awful. Oh, I'll be okay, but fuck.
Mark's
Mr.
gonna lean over, and he's gonna, like, his arm's gonna transform into like the healing spray, and he's gonna kind of give him a spritzing of regenerative artificer magic. So hopefully that helps him feel a little better.
How much health does that give him?
That much.
Ooh, he's back to full health. Oh, that does make me feel a bit better, thank you. Now it's just a mild headache. Oh, did somebody grab my potions?
I did. And
Oh.
he's gonna, in one of his hands, he has the big bag of potions.
Oh, no, that's for you. And inside you will find 4 potions of greater healing.
Nice. Good to have.
Are we taking those for ourselves?
No, that's all you.
Absolutely not. He's gonna pocket all of them.
I am, I do not understand how we survived that. You are, your group is quite something. I assume, Lopaw is, really the one who cinched the victory, though.
I mean, if being a distraction for the big guy, he kind of was, he also had a headache most of the match.
Oh, I see. Well... well, I think there's enough space around. I don't think this will catch the rest of the forest, and it's kind of damp. I don't think this will spread too much further. Shall we get a move on? Maybe we can walk and talk.
Yeah. Wait, before we... And, he's gonna hand that portrait over... Is he a dog still?
Oh!
I'm gonna hand this to you, Sarsha. So, I think this
Oh, well,
belongs to you.
thank you. Yes, this is very good. He'll be very happy that you kept it. And, yes, he's just kind of old, and he generally feels more comfortable in this body. So I think especially while he's hurt, he's just going to be in this body that was not hurt. So he's probably going to be a dog for a little while. But I will take the painting.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry we burned down. Well, we didn't really. It was them. They attacked us, but I'm sorry your house burned down, is what I'm trying to say. That I was not responsible for. I want that clear in case this gets out. That is a racist stereotype that I do not want to keep perpetuating. I am not responsible for this one.
For this one. Well, okay, then it seems like you have a bit to work through there. But I am glad that you are safe and that has nobody died?
Nobody on our side.
I mean, I died a little bit for a while. If we're splitting hairs.
Ooh,
A big part of that is thanks to you, Sarsha. You kept us all alive. You were really great back there.
Oh, that makes me very happy. That is all I ever wanted to do was to be a healer and to help people in this big conflict.
Aw.
And I am just so happy that we faced one of those things and we are alive. That is not something that I thought would happen.
You know, that is not something that I thought would happen either, but miracles happen every day.
But I do think that Poe is right. We should probably move.
We have another place we can go to. It's probably the safest place we can go around here for now. Yeah. We have a lot to catch up on.
Right.
I know I'm
So
not the
do you guys
bard.
start? Sorry, go ahead.
I know I'm not the bard this time around, but with Sarsha being such a positive figure, I really feel like I should give the group a pep talk and say, "We can do it! We can do it! Whatever this bullshit has, we can get through it!"
Well, you are fully capable of singing that, and everybody looks at you like
We stare
No class in
exasperated
bard.
after the battle.
No idea where the accent went.
Was that was that like Candyman character you played? What was that dude's name?
luckily the whole kind of stable area where you left your cart and your not the oxes, the yaks. Thank you. Luckily that was far enough away that it's not affected by the fire. You can go over, you can collect your wagon.
That would have sucked if we lost yaks again.
And the dog's just gonna hop up into the wagon in the back. Is it okay if we go in? If we just hop up here on this little wagon here?
Yeah, please do.
Alrighty,
About life
thank you.
for a while.
My uncle and
And
I
pu-
are going to walk behind the wagon anyway.
What about you, Mr. Lopa? Are you going to get in the wagon? He's just gonna. Okay. Poe's gonna. I'll get in. He's gonna hop up in the wagon. So Audra and Ronkin are walking behind. Kamira, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry.
There's a moment where like Lopa's response to Sorsha actually like earns Lopa like a quick double take, and there's a moment where maybe today's Satan, and then she just kind of trails after the wagon.
Okay. Does she hop in the wagon?
No, she'll walk along like beside it though.
Okay. Hunter and Agonazar, what are you guys doing? Just for flavor, it's not gonna really matter too much, but
I think most of the time you see Hunter kind of like, he's got that like kind of 1,000-yard stare, kind of eyes flicking back and forth, trying to process what just happened. And
I assume you're driving the wagon.
yeah, I mean, let's be honest, the yaks kind of drive themselves. I'm just there. I'm more of a figurehead. And yeah, I was just kind of trying to figure out what happened, what went wrong.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember like what happened, because like, you know, losing consciousness, dying.
Yep. Anwar, what are you doing? You've got the rest of the crew that you went to go find earlier. They all hopped in the wagon. And then you've got a group of larger people who are all just kind of walking.
I think that Anwar is going to be in the wagon he's going to have that Squid Scout thing, or whatever he knows about it so far. He wants to try and disable it so that
Okay.
nothing can be hurt. Like clearly they know we're there, so destroying it is kind of out. But he still wants to try and glean anything he can from it. So
Okay. So a disabling check, what would that be? I guess a proficiency in some kind of tool, probably, like Tinker's tools.
that would make sense.
Okay, so yeah, give me intelligence with proficiency.
I'll throw some guidance on there. He's got a suit on still.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely with that 17, you're kind of like you got like the thing that can like flip over your eye to like kind of zoom in a little bit, and you got all of the kind of like all the things, and you're able to like disconnect just the right. But it was already kind of damaged anyway, but you were able to like disconnect everything and be like, okay, now I'm sure that this isn't radiating anything at this point.
Imagine he
So
has
yeah.
like Tinker tools, and then he uses like produce flame to kind of like heat up the tips of the metal, so it like really cuts through it and kind of just breaks it down a lot easier.
On the way back, Poe is a bit of a chatterbox. He's like, "Oh, what are you doing there? Oh, that's interesting. Yes. Oh, did you learn that over in the, Mind Fair? Is that in the temple, or did you learn that kind of thing over from your father?" And he's just gonna keep on chattering as his way of dealing with all of his anxiety right now.
Everyone's
know.
kind of just dazed and quiet, and he's like, I must talk to fill this void.
Yeah. Yeah. Just he is by far the chattiest one. While walking back, is there any other kind of RP anybody would like to do with any of the people who are walking behind or anything else like that?
Yeah,
while you're getting back to the other house.
Audra wants to talk to her uncle for a bit.
Okay. So yeah, kind of trailing behind a little. I would say it's probably at some point Auric is gonna kind of get up near Chimera, just kind of walking along. He is the opposite of Luke, who's very like kind of timid, like, "Oh, hey, how are you?" He is kind of gauging and not trying to be too forward, but he's still gonna be like puffing out his chest and kind of walking along, being, "Hey, what's up? I'm just,
What's up?
just in case you notice, I'm kind of buff." He's definitely like got the opposite thing going for the most part. So that's kind of what's going on there. And then kind of hanging about a bit further than that is Audra and her uncle.
Yep.
And then a little bit further from that, from behind there, bringing up the rear, you just see Lopaw. Like if you ever kind of look back, it's a little nerve-wracking because he's just fucking pissed. He's just kind of lumbering along, and he's just kind of, everybody happens to be in front of him, and he's given a death stare, so it looks like he's just giving all of you a death stare. He's like, "Motherfucker."
That man's going to kill us.
Yeah, class confirmed chat. He's a ranger, just so you know. In any case, so yeah, Audra and her uncle, you've got some space enough between you. You've got the half orcs up front, the full orc in the back, and you're just kind of in the middle. What do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah. So while they're hanging back, she makes sure they're far enough back that this can be just between them. So uncle, first, just a question. Our family ties, those are more important than any sort of group or team or resistance one could join. Wouldn't you agree?
Nothing's more important than family.
Yeah.
Let's go race cars.
Yeah, and then we're gonna walk off into the sunset.
We live 1 mile at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Audra's new voice.
Yep.
That's gonna be big Audra voice.
Yeah.
No, so she just so she'll ask that, and then yeah, I would agree. And for that reason, I have to admit, I've been really rethinking this resistance thing a lot. I have heard it said that what happened on the Maban was the Resistance's own doing. At first I thought maybe this was some sort of propaganda move to get the Empire angry against the Resistance for doing something like that, you know, doing it themselves and pointing the finger. And now I'm being led to believe that the Resistance did it of their own volition.
Did the Lithid say something to you? He was saying things to me, and
No.
it's lies. Lies. He's just trying to make us, drive us apart.
What did the Illithid say to me? I don't remember. Sorry.
The
It wasn't
Illithid
that,
specific-
but I don't remember what it
No,
said.
no. The Illithid specifically to you said, Audra, you were such a loyal citizen. What a
Right.
shame that a single tragedy led you to join the very people that instigated her death.
No, it didn't say that. That was obvious trickery. No, I heard it from a person who knows a lot within the Resistance as well. And
I just want to make sure that Tony the player is remembering correctly, because I don't think anybody told you that.
yeah, and we looked into it, and there's rumors that the Resistance did it themselves, right?
Does anybody else recall me saying that? I don't recall anybody saying that.
I thought that was some of the misinformation spread that Artem's character had informed us about. Like, that was the false narrative.
I assumed you were referring to the madam, and that I'm like 99% sure that's not information she would have.
Okay, maybe that's stuff that we had like considered
Maybe.
then.
I think we thought about it, but we didn't have any confirmation either way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So we don't know. But either way, we were thinking about it. Okay, because I
Yeah.
recall us being like
We
very
as
much
players.
wanting to because I recall us very much wanting to speak to, if we would get a chance to talk to Knuckle about it and be like, hey, did you do this?
Oh no, that was
the whole
that
knuckle
was
thing. That's
Chimera's kid's death.
yeah,
like,
that's Chimera's kid
specifically.
stuff. That is not
Like
totally unrelated.
him not kidnapping, but him taking kids and basically having them like suicide
Right. Okay.
bomb stuff.
Okay. So did I just dream the Resistance doing the bombing then?
I mean, that's what the
Maybe.
Empire's saying. That's their go-to line
Right.
now.
But I know. Why did I thought we looked into it and like that?
No,
did
you
seem,
looked into the whole thing. That's Chimera's whole side plot thing that you looked into.
All right, I guess I have nothing to talk to my uncle about then. I don't know what this was like in my head as like, this is confirmed. Resistance did this. You need to be a third faction
definitely
now.
not.
No, that's not.
That's
a thing
literally
that
has been a fact in my brain for months, and I don't know where it came from. in
No,
that
we
case.
talked about in the side chat, like, oh shit, in before this.
Okay,
or, like-
well, I don't have to talk to my uncle
Yeah.
about anything then.
Okay.
I don't know. That was like literally like that was Bible
Oh.
in my head for some reason.
Oh, yeah, no.
like,
I mean,
all
you
right.
could talk about it if you've got suspicions and you're unsure, but yeah, that's.
all right, well, okay, well, I guess she wouldn't be rethinking anything, but she'll definitely still have the suspicions then. And I guess just to rephrase, just like, do you know, is that something they would do? Because, you know, I saw what the Big Three did up north, and it was ruthless, but it was only targeted toward the Empire. And I was completely okay with that. But I can't
don't-
abide by attacking one's own people.
I would have a huge problem with it if the Resistance did something that got my brother killed. And I have no knowledge of anyone in the STEM Garden Resistance doing something like that. I feel like I've been in it long enough that I would know. And I don't know of any information that leads to that. I just assume it's all freaking lies from the Empire because they lie about everything. And it's a really fucking convenient lie, if you ask me.
Well, that does give me some reassurance then.
Chimera, is there any reaction you give to Auric with kind of his posturing, or do you just kind of brush it off?
So as she's walking, there's the definitive like, okay, you kind of crushed after this guy for a minute. It's all good. No, you guys fought together. This is fine now. And it turns into like awkward, almost flirting turn like, so tell me about this fae that blessed you. I want to hear that story.
Oh,
Maybe not all the nitty-gritty, but I feel like that would be an interesting one all the same.
Feel like a gentleman doesn't kiss and tell.
I can appreciate that.
But it was magical. I'll say that.
You just found her, just out in the trees. What if it's freaking Leshy?
Roll an insight real quick.
Is it Leshy?
Pretty good roll. When you say her, he kind of like looks over and pauses for a second. What was the question again?
Oh, I was just wanting to like know if you just found her out in the trees and.
Oh yeah. He's gonna say, yeah, I saw her on sitting underneath a tree eating some fruit, and she looked very comfortable, and so I went over and offered to sit next to her. Yeah, she was nice. With that insight, you're like, I am pretty sure that she was a he.
Yes! Yes!
But yeah, he's like, yep.
Well, here we are now. Anyway.
Lovely, elf. I think elf kind of fae thing. Very magical.
Interesting. What are you
walk
doing
along-
later?
What am I doing later?
What are you doing later?
I'm going wherever you're going. What are you
Well,
doing later?
Woo!
I don't know.
You.
Probably not. You guys, she needs to get to know him first.
When he says, getting, like, what are you doing later? You get a split second image in your head of going back to the base that Luke knows about. It's like, oh, that's interesting.
Probably keeping watch.
Keeping watch.
Also getting to know Anwar's parents because they are there.
Oh, all right. That's nice. Parents are nice. Well, if you ever need a partner to have an extra set of eyes at night, I'm available to keep watch. Pretty good at it. Been survivalist for a good chunk of my life.
Maybe we'll see how it goes.
Right then. So Anwar, is there anything else that you've wanted to do as you're doing that? Or is that pretty much covers it?
While we're heading back, I know that I think Hunter grabbed a dagger. Sounds like Audra wanted a dagger. It sounds like, was it Larkin? Who was the other one?
Ronkin? Yeah, Ronkin wanted a dagger.
Lurkin.
And where is Larkin? And there's one.
He took the
One
last dagger
more.
and ran.
There's still one dagger? Okay.
Could Anmar use Identify and determine what that is and does?
Yes. So this is a modified, like the player's handbook. There is thing called a dagger of venom or something like that, and this is a dagger of poisoning mind.
Ooh.
So let me pull
Sounds
up
culty.
dagger of venom real quick because it's very similar. So, you gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. You can use an action. So instead of causing thick black poison, you can use an action to activate the blade, essentially. It remains active for a minute or until an attack using the weapon hits a creature. The creature needs to save a DC 15 instead of Constitution. It's a DC 15 Intelligence saving throw. It doesn't do quite as much damage, though, because the venom thing is like constitution and other stuff is it's a lot more resistant, so I didn't want to make it like too much more powerful than the original Dagger of Venom. So it does 2d8 psychic damage, and then once it's used that way, it can't be used again until the next dawn. So I can type all that up and put in the Facebook chat or whatever.
Yes, please. I got Dagger of Venom in the bag of holding, so we have one more if someone wants it.
Yep, so it's just a Dagger of Poisoning Mind, so it's similar but a bit different.
Same thing, but different.
Yep. But hey, Psychic is really good, and Intelligence saving throw is... You got a lot more people who are not good at that.
Yeah, I was about to say, we proved this evening that,
Really, really beefy boys can totally beef it when it comes to intelligence saves.
Yeah, did he
That's-
get any rounds of doing anything?
Nope.
That's why
So
he
that
is
was
brooding in the back
the-
of the group.
He's really fucking
1d4,
pissed.
1d4 plus 1, and then damage 2d10. Oh, I'm sorry, damage
2d8.
1d4. 2d8.
1d4, and then if it's activated, 2d8 psychic damage.
When we get back, or when we
Mhm.
stop for the night, whatever we're going in this particular caravan, Audra would like a word with Lowpaw at some point.
Okay.
Whenever he seems a little less steamed.
Okay. You're not really gonna find a good time where he seems less steamed.
Okay, well,
That's
at
It's
some
just gonna be
point.
like,
He's
it's
always
either now or
steamed.
never kind of thing.
All right.
You're getting close to the point where you kind of get back.
Yeah. Okay. Well, she would wait for the trip to be over at least before
Okay.
she talks to him. But so I don't know if you want to wait for that reason to do. I don't know if you had anything for when we got back there.
Yeah, the main thing,
can
and Poe would probably start talking about it on the way back, especially because he's so chatty. He's like, well, before we got completely derailed, we were working on this plan to, Lopar here has a whole faction of orcs that are camped out in the swamps. Hopefully they're taking out any scouts that come their way. But we were actually developing plans to take over Waterwheel, and then take over the ferry as well, which will help isolate Stem Garden. And so that is what we were working on. And we would
Suppose-
love, as you are seeing as how skilled you are, we would very, very much value your input.
Was any of that discussed with that thing on the table?
Yes.
That might be a
So-
problem, darling.
We have strong reason to believe that, in addition to giving its location, it can also see and hear things
He
around
knows
it.
all of that.
Oh.
So, all of that planning might need to be scrapped. And
Oh.
Lopar should probably send word.
Oh boy.
Not do that.
He's not gonna like this.
I'll do it.
Waterwheel it's his home. He was just a little boy when it was taken from him. Just a mere toddler. He's wanted to take back that land for his tribe since he was just a little boy. And it was about to happen. He's gonna
Well-
be devastated if we abandon it. He's gonna be more than devastated. He's gonna be fucking pissed, and I am a little scared of him when he's pissed.
I'll do it.
Let
Seems
me.
like his default is pissed.
He's
course
got
I'll
a
do it.
plan.
It's not been a good day for him. No.
I was going to speak to him at some point anyway, if you wish for me to bring it up then.
Maybe your whole group needs to, which might be for the best, because if he rages, it might take all four of you to calm him down.
The way I see it, we have two options. We can go ahead with this plan that they know about, expecting us to change course. So maybe they expect us to not do that now that they know, we know that they know.
But did
Or-
you know that they knew that?
I don't know that.
Okay.
Or we put that one, or we make it seem like we're going to still do that, and then we go somewhere else. So it could be an advantage to us. Unfortunately to Lopa, but
Well, I would advise coming up with a good plan before you start getting his input. Because while he is very strong, of the big three, he is not the smartest or the wisest.
We learned that today, Bo.
Hmm.
That was mostly a joke. It was an awful joke.
He is, the big three are together very wise, very smart, very cunning. But him alone. Unfortunately, the three of them have split off to deliver 3 different missions, and this is his personal vendetta, and he may need some extra help up here.
when we were stunned by the Mind Flayer's attack, could we still see and hear things?
You could, yep.
So
I think it
Lopa
says, like,
saw.
your eyes flutter.
So Lopa saw that Anwar put himself between him and the Mind Flayer.
He did.
So that might go some distance to show him that we care, as we literally put our lives on the line to protect him. We need to really think about what our next move is. And if they knew where you guys were and went there, then there's a good chance we might need to move my parents as well.
Oh, so this new place that we just arrived at, this is also, scouts have seen this place.
They attacked it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, maybe we should find another place.
Probably.
Unless you want to use this to your advantage somehow too in your head games.
No, I don't. Anwar is really distraught at this. He was really hoping that this could, be a foundation for his family and maybe building something new, but it seems like this has been spotted before it even got the chance. And the thought of another death squad coming while they're gone is very, very terrifying to him. So we need to think of another way, somewhere else to go, something else to do.
Well, I mean, you got a little forge here, you got some other stuff. It can't be all for waste. There's, at the very least, when we are finally successful, you can come back here. But I don't know, it's up to you. My head is killing me, and my cunningness is not very good right now, I must admit. It's all a bit much for me. We just put all of our efforts into this other plan that might now be useless.
I think the false start would be a good move. Like, that's nothing, but it's something.
Well, it's getting late. Do you think we can risk staying here tonight, or should we move on to another nearby location?
God, I hope so.
I think we should probably take watch.
Okay.
I'll take watch with Lopal.
Hopefully we can at least buy a night. It would take some time to bring, and if him plus 4 people was not enough, I'm sure he'd mobilize more of a force, and I assume it would take some time to get here. So we should be good at least tonight, I would hope.
He definitely didn't seem happy when he left. I think we managed to tick him right off.
Well, hopefully we can use that to our advantage, because you're now on his radar for sure if he's pissed at you.
Hey Richard, in the hierarchy of the Empire, where does that guy fall? Because I know he's over all of Stem Garden, but like, where is that in the overall Empire
Yeah, so Stem
stack?
Garden's just kind of this kind of northern. You're like as far away from the center of the Empire as possible. You're on like the outskirts.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, so he's like,
and he is
what do
just
you
like the
call it?
one advisor for this area.
Uh-huh.
But you go to other major cities, and there are other Illithids there. You would assume, based off of
Okay.
like teachings growing up and stuff, that like each major city has an advisor, and like they're
Okay.
kind of seen as advisors. There's the kind of like the Jafars
Okay.
of the
Okay.
of the area.
So like above, so what's above that then? Is like the Illithid like king above that, or like where's that go? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it sounds like over in like the center of the empire, way far away. It gets like way bigger than like he's just one of many.
Mm-hmm.
So it gets way bigger than him.
Okay.
But you would assume that they're like. Let me take you over to the main.
Sure.
Like all of these major cities, you would assume there's at least one mind flayer in each of
Gotcha.
them. This just happens to be one
Yeah.
way out here.
So like, what percentage of the continent/world is this map then?
This is
In your brain or in your head canon, I guess. Oh, right. We do have a big one. We just don't see this one very often.
Yeah, I haven't developed it too much, but literally the whole map is just
Yeah, I could see where it cuts off.
yeah. Yep. So you're still on you've explored a very small portion of the whole world map.
Yeah. Okay. Just curious.
Yep.
Cool. Is this
well,
modeled after Europe, by the way?
What was that?
Is this modeled after Europe?
I'm
kind of. I'm seeing like a really warped version of it, but
there's a little bit of Europe in there. Like this bronze stem is very much like Britain. Lobel to me, kind of based off of France a little bit.
gotcha.
Yeah, and then this whole area is kind of more like center of the empire, which is in my headcanon a little bit more like Roman Empire kind of thing.
Gotcha.
But there will be some influences of other things as well as I develop it more.
Cool. But so yeah, I'm down to take a watch with Lopal when time comes.
Yes, I might advise each of you to maybe take a pass at him if we're going to stay here for the night. He's probably going to grow impatient, so if there's anything you can say to him to maybe hold him off until tomorrow, that would be helpful. I trust that to you, though. I am not going to do that myself. I do not want to die, so I am going to skedaddle and check in on the others, and best of luck with Lopar. He's gonna walk off and find somewhere to crash. So this now, gonna have to find another picture real quick. So
You like me to
do you
burn
guys
it?
go over to Lopar? Do you huddle amongst yourselves first, or what do you want to do?
Gonna burn it.
Hold on, I'm just gonna replace with.
Oh, fine.
You guys gotta.
So do we make it back to Cammy house?
Yep.
Casa de la Cami.
You make it back there, and I think that's where you're spending the night.
Yep.
All right. So you make it back there, and what do you guys do? The parents, I think, have gone off to Inger's house.
Oh, they're currently somewhere else. Okay, good.
I think you told
Yeah,
them.
we sent them to. That's right. I forgot. We told them that maybe Inger would be able to maybe keep them safe if all else failed.
Yep. So yeah, it's just kind of abandoned when you get back. It's in the same condition that you left it. If you'd like to make investigation rolls to see if you notice any sign of tampering, you can.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Might as well just to be safe. Yeah.
We looks fine going in.
Um, Anwar and Kamira, you both are freaking nervous as hell. You're looking around. You keep on thinking that you find something. You're like, wait, did I? I don't know.
Audra's just like, no, that's
your
one of mine.
Your search does not give you much confidence. However, Audra, you look around and you're like, nah, this all seems good.
Yeah. Like, they're freaking out, and I'm like, no, that's just one of the things I left from the training dummies or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Cool.
So the four of you are kind of alone for a moment whilst kind of other people go out, and Lopaw is just like, I assume he's gonna like look over to the forge area, find a grinding stone, and he's just gonna go over and just start grinding his blade, sharpening it, making it sharper and sharper.
So I
see
understand that we
Blowpaw's
should
making
probably
himself at
come
home.
at him with a plan, but I don't necessarily think that there's a whole lot of time. I feel like maybe getting him to move his forces as quickly as we can might curb a little bit of a meltdown later on. Maybe?
So we want to move them to a new position or move them on water wheel ASAP? What's the move?
No. I feel like maybe relocating them
Okay.
to start. But... oh boy.
Well, then I know I'm going to take a watch with them because I have some questions. What about the rest of you?
All right, just no stupid questions. What if we went after Water Wheel anyways? Because they do raise some good points about securing that location, getting access to the dam, to the ferry system. It would be a good. We need a location. We need some kind of hold. We have the madam there. It could help us get closer to Stem Garden if it cuts them off.
Good.
And if
My
they
only
know...
concern is that they are ready for it.
We need
Ready.
to be calculated, cold, efficient, prepared. And honestly, I don't think we have that right now.
Well, do they
We've
know
had
that
blind
we know?
fucking luck.
Because if they do, then perhaps they expect us to not attack.
They know resistance has been there. That's something.
Maybe
I
we
think
take...
it's fair to say that they know that we have some information of how they work. The other party didn't, but we do. And we seem to be the wild card that keeps messing with them.
Well, why don't we play into that wild card nature? Why don't we take Lopaw's forces and take over somewhere else?
Do we get the world map?
Yep.
Or the region map?
Because he wants Water Wheel.
Maybe
And I
we can
don't blame
convince
him.
Could we convince him to want something else?
You want this map or you want slightly larger view?
Did you hear
Slightly
Poe?
larger.
I mean, it sounds like this is what this guy has wanted since he's been a child. I don't think he's going to be turned onto something very easily.
My major concern is that he'll take his army and go play with his ball somewhere else if he doesn't get what he wants.
Yep.
Unless we can be real convincing to change his mind.
He might accidentally end up biting the hands that feeding him.
Well, what's going to be easier to do? Convince him to attack somewhere else, or actually just attack Water Wheel?
I mean, if we actually attack Water Wheel,
Well,
that's
we're
painting a
attacking
whole
Water
damn
Wheel.
target on it.
Well, I mean, that's what we'd have to do.
Well, we've already taken things to the north. Won't we be completely surrounding them if we also take Water Wheel to the south?
Do
there's
we have the forces to fill that power
We-
vacuum, or is
We
this?
took a camp!
No, not
This
us.
is a town.
Not us literally, but like, didn't the resistance
Oh.
take over those forts to the north?
I was like, bro, these are
Um,
two different things.
No, we sent the quicklings there.
No,
because we just cleared it out.
not us. We cleared stuff out so that the resistance
Talking
could
about Fort
take.
Charles.
Yeah, this stuff up here, these bigger
Yeah.
things.
Yes.
Fort Charles, we told the quicklings like, yeah, go fucking take it. We just cleared it
no,
out.
No,
it
no,
wasn't
no,
Fort
no.
Charles. You told him about the little camp that you took.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
But you have heard about. You would have heard from Poe that they've taken out these towers, and now they're starting to invade in these swamp areas. But like basically, this main road that goes from north to south, that's where scouts started being distributed out. Is along this way, and all these like reinforcements were heading up from south up this road to Stem Garden.
So because of that rebel activity to the north, if we do take Waterwheel, we totally pinch off Stem Garden, right?
Poe also would have revealed the knowledge that he has that Mazadon went up to the north to his homeland because he wanted to take this area back, and Tamsin, the Goliath, was heading towards the mountains. So that way, if somebody took the south, somebody took the north, they've already got kind of the west area. They could start to kind of close in on Stem Garden being
Yeah, yeah. So I think strategically, I know they're expecting it to a degree, but I feel like at some point there's going to be forces either way, and yeah, if we can cut off the south, then like Richard just says, then we have Stem Garden surrounded essentially.
Right. There's no question whether or not it's strategic or not. It's do we, with them knowing, at least thinking
Right.
that we are going to do that, is it worth doing it anyways?
Right. That's what I was just saying. Is there's going to be a level of defense regardless of when we go. So.
Yeah, and already you've gotten some reports from the Quickling that Waterwheel was getting really beefed up, and I think the last time that Hunter went over there to sneak in, and I was like, oh, this is probably the last time I'm going to be able to get away with this, because it was already getting pretty beefed up to begin with. Not nearly so much as Stem Garden, but still Waterwheel is... Yeah, I mean, they were ready for an attack already anyway, but they could be extra ready for a specific attack now.
And is it beefed up to a degree that we know, like, it's a much larger degree than the army that Lopaw has? Like, what are the numbers there, so to speak?
Yeah, numbers are always really hard for me to get, like, exact numbers, because I'm not...
Well, I mean, but not exact, but, like, you know, like, if they got this many, does Lopaw have this many? You know?
I guess what I would say is the original plan had to do with taking advantage of resistance members who are already within Waterwheel to try to find certain ways to get gates open from the inside and to sabotage from the inside while they attack a certain point from the outside.
That is what I was going to suggest we do. We know a secret way in. Well,
I was gonna say, how many can we send a whole orc army underwater? Because like
here is a thing that I'll point out.
I was thinking about that too.
They may have discussed some ways they could get in and out of the place undetected. They didn't mention your way of doing it. So if they're already guarding certain, passages or whatever, or certain weak points, they might still not be expecting your way of getting in.
And are there potentially territories where we could grow our forces to give us a better chance of attacking Waterwheel?
I'd say there's a pretty significant force from these orcs that are coming over that if you could sabotage it well enough on the inside, they'd probably have enough force to dominate.
Okay.
You might be able to recruit some more from the forest. You got some ogres. You got you got
we have some crippled ogres.
You got a wolfy ranger guy.
Yeah, Cammy's got boyfriends all over that can help us out.
And maybe there's some gobos from the swamp. I don't know. You guys could spend some time recruiting more. It would take time, but that's always an option.
Well, if Lopaz's forces are enough, should they be able to get inside.
Oh, not only that, you could climb up the Ironroot Mountains, and you might be able to recruit some people from the forge up there.
The dwarves, yeah.
So you've got a number of options there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have these options as far as growing our own force. If Lopal has enough, then perhaps we just need to get inside and make sure they can get inside.
You said
You
that
can
there
just
was-
go, Sydney.
I have a question. You said that it was dwarves in the Iron Root? That would be...
Yeah, it was mostly dwarves who were in there. Yeah.
Isn't it dwarves
I-
that took Water Wheel, though?
Yep.
From the orcs? So I doubt he's gonna be overly fond of the idea of that.
That's a fair point. I mean, there are different clans of dwarves.
Right,
So-
right.
But
like,
yeah,
if-
in general, he
mean,
might not be the biggest fan of dwarves for any
he might
biases
just be
he has.
racist.
He doesn't look like the most sophisticated fellow.
But I mean, he could be like wholesome hillbilly who's just like, get in here, man. Let's have a hug. Or he might like, no, fuck that guy. Like, or them peeps.
You can always
know?
talk to him about and gauge his interest.
Oh, I'm glad
I was
to.
about to say, it sounds like maybe we can try some of these angles during watch to talk to him, and then we can figure out, before next week, like, what the actual plan is.
That sounds good to me. Yeah, I think we've got enough time to have 1 or 2 conversations with him, and then we can call it a night.
Yeah. All right. Well, I know Audra would like to take watch alongside him, at least.
Okay. Is anybody going to assist with that, or is it just going to be one-on-one? What do you guys want to do?
Well, do we have a plan
Um,
yet?
That's what I'm saying. We have a couple places we could potentially gather more forces, but if it's a question of what he's willing to do, then I think we need to talk with him this evening and figure out what he is willing to do.
Yeah, you guys could like gather some information, and you've got the whole week to come up with what your plan is.
Right. Yeah.
If you want to do that, or preferably like half a week, so I have time to prepare.
Right. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. If people are agreed to that.
How far is the water cross? Is it? You say it was a couple miles?
From where you guys are, you're saying how far across is the river itself?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was something like that.
Because we got there and back, like,
Well, it
no
depends on
problem.
where. I think it stretches out wide, but then like where the chain is, that's not going on for miles. That's like a much. Because that's why there's a ferry there, because that's where it gets like really thin. But there's other parts where the river is more. I could see if I could open up Water Wheel to see. This, of course, would be a lot more visible, but this is the most narrow things get. There's a scale in there.
That's super good, Krusty Krab.
Right.
He's
All right. We recruit Mr. Krabs.
So that looks like 200 feet ish. So it gets really narrow at that point.
that's a crab with like 200-foot long eye stalks, y'all.
Yep.
Man.
Oh, I didn't realize you were selling this original, Sid. $4,500
Obviously, is that like
and 5 cents.
NFT, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Damn right. Get that money.
I think we can do it. I think what their plan had before, if we change it, if we tweak it slightly, we could have some forces amass outside the wall, get their attention on them, and then if we're able to, Audra, with your help, walk across the water, we could maybe
Right.
procure a boat, and we could load half the forces onto that boat. And then we could sail right into the back door of Water Wheel, and then have a pincer maneuver. Meanwhile, we clear the gates and the guards, and they take it from two sides.
Be super
I
rad if we
can-
could Game of Thrones this shit, boy.
I
Like
can.
what? Like
You
secret.
mean fumble in the last season?
I was thinking of Battle of the Bastards move, but
Yeah.
I mean, also let's not do that part.
I water walk. I can give to 10 people in total, so I can bring in more. It can be more than just us too.
I would like to set a scene briefly. Imagine morning, the sun is cresting upon the horizon, and all you see from like a watchtower looking over the water is just a horde of fucking orcs just sprinting across the water at your ass.
Yes. Like a football team.
Yeah.
But
Ring the
if we
bell.
were to use water walk to run up to a ship, climb up the side of the ship, take the ship,
That ship
bring
into
the ship back,
Yeah.
turn it into a Trojan horse, load up half the dudes on that ship,
Yeah.
and then sail it right over
Yeah,
to
that's right, yeah.
this area right here.
Yeah.
Then
Just
All right.
so much.
So it sounds like Anwar has like an additional plan. I would suggest Anwar and Audra take watch with Lopaw. Audra can kind of butter him up a bit because she wants to talk about like his exploits and stuff, his various battles, and then Anwar can roll in with like a, hey, you want another cool battle to your name? Here's a plan, you know? So I would suggest that as far as a
Sure.
conversation with him.
I never thought that the terms Audra buttering somebody up would be like brought into being.
Yeah.
Right? But this might be the one time it's applicable, you know?
It's just a little less horny than I thought it would be, you know?
Well, she's asexual, so it's no horny.
That's true. So, yeah, you guys can go over to
Alright, cool.
Lopaw. He's, sharpened his blade quite a bit at this point. He's just kind of found a tree that
Yeah.
kind of nuzzles right into his back, and he's just
Cool. So
he's going into a bit of a trance that I assume is connected with his rage to some degree.
mhm.
He's probably just taken like some mushrooms and has eaten them. Is kind of in a little bit of a dazed kind of trance. Just like,
Okay, so he sees
I
like
join
8
him?
zombies walking toward him then when we're like, hey, can we talk?
That is something that berserkers are known for, is they can't tell, their allies from their foes sometimes.
Cool.
Could I
But,
join them?
Drugs.
You join them in the
Drugs?
drugs? I mean, you can if you want.
Drugs.
Yeah, I think Hunter has some processing to do, so I think this is a good opportunity to join in the spiritual connection.
All right, so we'll get into that first, and then we'll have the others join. So yeah, if he's kind of sitting there, you were just puny compared to him as you'd walk
Mhm.
over. He's got like over
And
a foot on you, and the 3-4 times the mass.
And I think as before and as I approach, I'm stripping off the armor and
Mhm.
throwing it in a pile and walking up and basically stripping down to just pants and rolling up my leg cuffs.
You see him open up this leather pouch, and he just pinches in there, and it's just some shrooms. Do you walk over there
I
what are
will-
you doing when you walk over?
I walk up with intent, and then I kind of take a knee and pound my chest a couple times and let my tattoo kind of float up to my neck.
Gonna hand over the bag.
I will take a respectable but not greedy amount and chomp on. And then kind of bow to the earth, give it a kiss, take some breaths, and start stomping and dancing and moshing and whatever needs to happen.
Doing that for a bit. You have been reading a bit lately.
Mhm.
One of the things you guys acquired at some point was Inger's tale about how to basically become a berserker barbarian temporarily.
Mhm.
Are you following that ritual when you're doing some of that stuff?
I certainly think that would be an important influence on this experience.
Okay. So in doing some of that, he's gonna do some of that too. He's just like, yeah, fuck yeah. And he's gonna start kind of like pounding a beat a bit and then like stamping with his foot. He just doesn't give a fuck about being quiet right now.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna start going, yeah, fuck that. I've never lost a battle in my life. That's bullshit. And he's just gonna start going into stuff, and then he's just gonna start going into this tirade. And Audrey, this is probably around the time you were looking for some like battle stories and stuff.
Yeah.
Walking up in on this, he is just going into like, I am Lopa, son of Ola, and just like going into all sorts of stuff. It's like just pounding, just going off and all sorts of stuff. My wrath is he's just like going off all sorts of stuff. I had a thing for this. Yeah, just like
I had something for this.
without apology, and I welcome the devils to summon them home. He just goes off on all sorts of stuff, pounding his chest, stomping, all sorts of stuff. Like, I don't know what kind of magic he did, but if he fought like a man, he would have died in an instant. I would have cut his bloody head off.
Joe like walks over like toward the end of this and just, that is a very impressive story, Lopa.
Yeah, he goes on and like, we conquered this, we conquered that, we took this. And he's gonna go over like all these camps that they've taken and stuff like that.
She's gonna let him like get through the whole list and just keep going. Just, I say this sincerely, Lopa. I am impressed. If between you and me, it was seeing you with the other two that made me want to join the resistance in the first place. I saw what sort of things one could do with strength and rage. I saw the decorative use of empire heads you did with the tree.
He's gonna size you up and see that your height rivals his.
Yeah.
And he's gonna like grab you by your breastplate, just kind of like tug on it, make sure it's like securely fastened, and he'll just kind of pat you, kind of strongly.
She'll like take all that like unflinchingly, unless you want me to roll something. She'll like stand pretty like eye to eye with that, and then just
you fight well today.
Thank you. I hoped we could have maybe added a few more heads to that tree in the future. Yeah.
There will be many heads.
I see you've made use of my forge as well. You know, I built that here.
Very good. You are skilled in many ways.
Yeah. If you need something tempered or patched up, I'm happy to do so. You know, I was kind of relying on just brute strength for a long time there. But, you know, this other resistance chapter I'm with, shall we say, has made me realize that sometimes just brute strength isn't enough. You know, sometimes you have to sort of take a clever route before you can unleash that rage. You know, like...
He's like nodding like he understands and then goes into a completely different thing. Like, brutality is the language of the oppressor.
On that note...
It is about time we speak in a way they understand.
On that note, Hunter swoops in and yells, "Lean into the fury!" And he like lays a solid chop onto his chest. Like, not something where he's trying to hurt him, but like where when people roughhouse and get rowdy, they like lay something in a little stiff to like make you feel it. Like, you're not trying to hurt them, but like rile them up a little bit and get those juices flowing. And he's gonna get him back into the mood a little bit and like...
When you do that, Audra's gonna look down at you and like kind of bite her lip a little bit, like, oh, let's see how this goes for old Hunter here.
Hunter like locks eyes with you, and his eyes are fucking saucers.
Yeah, he's just gonna go, yeah! So he's gonna smack you back the same way. I need to make a strength saving throw.
Is it a disadvantage because he's high? It doesn't matter.
You get knocked the fuck down. You bounce right back up really quickly, but you get knocked the fuck down when he does it. Boom. Yeah.
And when
He's
I get
gonna-
up, I use thaumaturgy to make my voice boom, and I just let out like a roar and start moshing hard.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's like during all of that either Anwar or Kamira is like,
Oh, Anwar's been here the whole time, and he's
yeah.
like, "Yeah, murder trees, so cool.
It's like a solid like.
You cut up those dead bodies.
It's
Man,
like-
that must have been hard."
like it looks like it's a one-on-one combo, and then we pull back, and the rest of the party is around Audra. Like, I don't know about that.
So,
By the time we are done, there will not be enough trees to hang all the heads that we have collected.
well, let's not get ahead of ourselves
We're
here.
ready, though.
As anyway, Lopez, as I was saying, sometimes, as I've learned, there needs to be a little bit of, a more nuanced approach before you can unleash the fury. Just to make sure you're in the best possible position to cause the most destruction possible.
Like Macedon.
Right.
Yes.
Like Macedon,
Fight
if
smart.
yes, if
And fight tough.
yes, if Macedon was able to maybe reach the center of a battlefield unnoticed, imagine how much destruction he could do once he made his presence known. Because of
Yes,
that element of surprise.
That is our plan.
Element of surprise is your plan?
Yes, we have been developing a plan to sneak in there undetected.
Okay.
And then we will go in with our full force and we will slaughter every single one who profited off of the taking of my land.
Excellent. What if I told you that there was an even sneakier way in to get all of your men in sort of a pincer formation and make sure you could crush your enemies from both sides?
I have no opinion on the way you sneak. I only wish to use my blade to cut down those who have taken everything from me and my tribes.
Okay. Well, if you have no opinion on sneaking, what do you think about the two-headed approach? Right? Your forces kind of come in from two directions and crush your enemies in the middle.
I have my elite forces, and then I have the rest. Not as good. They are higher in number.
Okay.
I would have, between the two of them, they are roughly equal forces.
All right. Well,
I think at this point, Hunter like pops up in front of you, and he's like smeared coal like across his face in like a claw mark pattern.
Okay.
And at Audra, he kind of like half yells, "Tomorrow is for plotting, today is for healing," and just like headbutts her in the chest, and then like.
would you like me to roll anything on that?
No, he's smaller enough than you. You can just take it.
I don't shove him away violently, but I kind of do just like a right.
He doesn't stay there.
He runs off, and then I look back over. Right. Well, okay. Lopa, if you're on board with this sort of two-pronged approach, well, I'm not the strategist myself. I like to rage like you, but I do have someone who is more the strategist type.
All right. Whatever he wants to do, as long as my men are utilized. Utilized, is that a word?
Sure.
That sounds like a word.
We can use it now. Anwar?
I have the strategy.
I like him. You will
Lopa, where are
sneak
the other-
inside and you will open the gates, or whatever it is, that gets my people across, and then we'll slit their throats.
Just the Empire, not the people. To be clear.
The Empire, yes. The squids.
Right.
And the
Not-
dwarves that profited. The ones that worked with them. They're part of the Empire, too.
Hey, I feel like we need to have another conversation about this.
Or
To
we
clear
just
where-
get all the
where-
dwarves out of town ahead of time.
Yeah, sure, as one does. You know,
Bring out
just
your dwarves.
selectively evacuate one race, no big deal.
Yeah.
All of those people that are in there. There may be a few that were there before the takeover, but most of them came on in after our land was stolen. And they've profited off of our sorrow.
Listen, Lopa, we're here to fight the Empire, and we're here to take back Waterwheel, and we understand that that's where you grew up and you came from. But there are other people
We are aligned, then. We want the same things.
Yes.
Tomorrow's
but-
social contract shall be written in squid ink.
Take down the Empire and take back our land.
No civilians, just Empire.
My wrath has no apology.
Okay, Lopa, you're very tall and you're very strong. That's very clear. You are so tough and so scary. But you know what? Today, you are not tough or scary because you got floored. And you know who was there to keep you alive? I was. I was to make sure that you weren't brain food. Okay?
He's gonna walk up to you and shove you. You wanna go?
I
You wanna
want.
prove something? You think you're better than me?
I already did. I kept you alive today.
Hunter climbs up onto.
Oh, he's gonna
Hunter-
walk over. He's gonna grab his sword.
Hunter climbs up onto Lopaw, like up his like knee and arm and elbow and shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and like points at Anwar and says, "That fireman, he is." I don't know where my accent went.
I
but
don't
you
know what I don't know what Hunter's been.
You're
Hunter's just
fully
getting
on the
baked.
berserker
Yeah,
shrooms
just
right now.
full like. That fire boy, he is full of. He proved himself today. He is a backbone of this future army. The future army that will lay plates of calamari in front of the future.
He thinks he's above me.
He thinks he's a part of you.
When
He just said he proved today that he's better than me.
He
I did not
proved
say
He's
that.
better than me.
when
He
Whoever said
proved
that?
he helped you. He proved his worth today. I was only conscious for this much of it, and I saw his worth.
so
My
as
point, Lopa,
Sorry.
is that we need each other. We need you, and you need us. And together, we can win. But right now, they are expecting us. Right now, the odds are against us. So we need to use all of our brawn and all of our brain. This is the only way we succeed. I
will
want to
use
see
all of
you.
my brawn.
I want to see you live. I want to see you be alive. And I want to see you go home and take your home back. But we need to do it together.
Especially with helping out with Hunter, go ahead and roll a persuasion with advantage. Whichever of you has the higher can roll. I assume that's
Guessing
Hunter.
that's the
Gamble.
probably the
Acid
rogue,
guy.
yeah.
Jeez.
That's perception.
Yeah, 17's still pretty good.
Wait, did I? Whoops.
He's just gonna look down at you. He's gonna do kind of the Bane thing of putting his hand on your shoulder.
Anwar flinches before he touches his shoulder.
We will work together, but you are not above me. You are a puny man.
Okay, that seems unnecessary.
While he's talking to Anwar in that way, when he says you're not above me, whatever, he'll just hear a voice behind him say, "He's not, but I can be." And when he turns around, he's gonna have Big Audra standing behind him, who is now 16 feet tall, and looking down on him. And just, you said you appreciated my work over there.
Looking back after that, we are gonna have to call it tonight, but we are starting next episode with Call an Initiative.
Well, I'd like to briefly, on that note, he hears that, and Chimera next to her hears, you know, when you breathe right, you can, like, feel God's smile in your lungs.
So we are going to keep track of everything because you guys haven't long rested yet. Keep track of everything. We are going into initiative next. When we pick this back up.
All right. I was just trying to do a rank pulling thing. I wasn't trying to fight the guy, but
I thought he made it pretty clear that would provoke him, but whatever.
Yeah, he's like has a clearly a superiority complex, and it's like, but I'm better than you.
Yeah,
well,
it's like,
I mean,
all right. He was so close to throwing fists already, and now after that,
all right.
after somebody grown up bigger than him, he's like, all right,
just,
this is on.
I mean, I wanted
just
to.
told him, Dude Man was like on our side.
The opportunity didn't come up, but I was hoping to just be like, let's arm wrestle for it. But I'm guessing had he lost, we might still have the same result.
He's fucking hyped up with so much pent up
All right.
anger and stuff. I mean, I'm not saying that you guys have to like fight to the death, like you guys can find a way to get out of it. I'm just saying we're starting next episode with initiative.
Okay.
That's where we've built to.
All right.
All right, but we're gonna call it there. I know it's late. We ran a little over tonight. I'll try not to do that as much as possible. So.
It is what it is. Okay, so we'll do something next week. I know you're out for that, Ryan. But all right, I guess we'll handle tracks. We'll put together our plan for take a water wheel at some point.
Yeah.
You still want that before next episode, Richard? Just so you have it.
It's really up to you guys. I mean, like, if we're gonna go into the next big thing, I feel like Onward needs to be there for that. But if you guys want to have like a down episode where you guys are doing side quests before you do that big mission,
Yeah. I'm not saying
just down for a bit. We could do that.
I'm not saying we enact the plan next time. I'm just saying like we do whatever we're gonna do with Lopal here, and then say here's the plan, and then we will enact it later. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But just so you have it.
Alrighty. Well, that's it for tonight, and we'll see you all again next episode.
All right. Bye.
Bye.